Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to the Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for Wednesday, November the 4th, 2020. It's 6:05. I have a notice to announce pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law GLC 30A-S 18 and the governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, as well as Mayor Curtatoni's declaration of emergency dated March 15, 2020. This meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals will be conducted via remote participation. We will have an audio recording available upon request as soon as possible after the meeting. For the record, I just want to say we're all in attendance. First thing on the agenda tonight is to approve the minutes of October the 14th, 2020. Madam Clerk?
I make a motion to approve the October 14th, 2020 minutes as submitted.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. Go around the invisible horseshoe here. Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Danielle Evans.
Aye.
And Susan Fontano. Aye. It was, let the motion carry. It was unanimous in the approval of the minutes for October 14, 2020. Next thing on the agenda is a new case, Madam Clerk, 15 McGrath Highway. Could you please read that into the record?
I
Madam
thought this
Chair.
was open already.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is this Charlotte speaking?
Yes, this was opened at the last meeting and continued to, or sorry, this was opened at the October 4th or so meeting and continued to tonight, and they have again requested a continuance to the November 18th.
Okay, so it is opened, and we'll have the clerk then make a motion for continuance.
In the matter of 15 McGrath Highway, I make a motion that we continue this to the November 18th, 2020 meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. All in favor, 15 McGrath Highway continuing till November 18, 2020, please say aye. Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Danielle Evans.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. It's unanimous, so we'll see them on the 18th. Next on the agenda, we're going to jump to 9 Clifton Street.
Madam Chair, if I may, it appears that
Yes.
the applicant for 9 Clifton Street is not yet online. I believe they may be having some technical difficulties, so if we could move to the next case and then come back to 9 Clifton, that would be appreciated. Dan Bartman, one of the other planners, is, I believe, working with the applicant to get online.
Okay, thank you for that information. So the next case is 120 to 132 Middlesex Ave. This is a new case, Ms. Charlotte?
Madam Chair, that is correct. This is a new case.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you open, please?
120 to 132 Middlesex Ave, Brickyard at Assembly LLC proposes a master plan for a 1.03 acre development site in the Assembly Square mixed use district of an 18-story laboratory building, providing approximately 644,000 gross square feet and a payment in lieu of the required civic space, which requires a hardship variance.
Okay. I don't understand how this falls under hardship. Maybe you can explain that to me before we go any further. Even if somebody on the board here wants to explain it to me. they're gonna build this development, they're gonna do this building, they're gonna have all the stuff, and I know it was supposed to be near the road, but they're saying they don't feel it should be near the road because of the street and the traffic.
Madam
So
Chair, I
could-
can address this if that
Yes.
would be.
Yes, Sarah,
acceptable.
thank you.
This is so their master plan requires a on-site civic space as part of the development. What we have seen with other projects along Middlesex Avenue is there is no appetite for either for the city. When I say the city, I mean a lot of the residents and those of us on staff are reluctant to try to create open space as desperately as we need it in the city in these locations next to highways. Given the information that we've learned from various sources about fine particulate matter that comes off of highways and cause health problems. So
I get it, all right.
we're actually looking to include, make an amendment to the ordinance that actually addresses this issue. So this is something that we've been working with on and off of this air quality problem for quite a while. And it just so happens that this project is the first one that comes about that we might be able to do something about it.
Okay, because I know the area and I know it's Middlesex Ave, and I don't consider that a highway per se. And if that's the side where the park was gonna be on, it's just that that area is getting to be funny because it's the back of the Assembly, not mall, but the Assembly Plaza, not Assembly Row, Assembly Mall. And it's got nothing back there. It's got the courthouse. I know there's a restaurant there and liquid. So I just thought perhaps it would have been nice if there was some green space that somebody walking around would stop by and sit down or whatever. But I understand about the pollution. That's what I needed to explain. Charlotte explained it to me a little bit, but I appreciate your explaining also that you folks are looking at adjusting the ordinance, because this is
Yes.
a variance. Here we go
Yeah.
again, with the variances. So,
Yeah,
okay,
we are looking at adjusting the ordinance. And then the other thing that we are working on is there's currently the Assembly Square neighborhood plan is being updated. And so there's going to be a design charrette on that early in December. And so that will be able to determine where the right places are for open spaces in that area.
Yeah. Oh,
And
good.
then what the redevelopment of the marketplace could be in the future. So all of that is all folding in at the same time.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that explanation, and it is true. So many things are changing in so many parts of the neighborhood. I often ask if something's gonna go up, what is the future plans? Is this gonna, be in kind, or it's gonna be what's coming down the road, the improvements, the high rises or whatever. So thank you for explaining that. So at this time, we'd like to ask the applicant to speak and introduce yourself and help us out here.
Madam Chair, this is Charlotte speaking. I have 3 members of the application team that are unmuted and can unmute themselves. Peter Bartosh, Ed Doherty, and Kyle Greaves. I believe a 4th member of the team is also logging on, who I will unmute when they show up.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening. This is Kyle Greaves, Senior Environmental Planner with VHB. I apologize. If you're willing to wait with us for just 20 seconds here, we're waiting for Joe Hanley to sign on, who's kind of the lead presenter tonight. He was having a technical difficulty. Would you be willing to just grant us a few seconds here?
Yes, you're Kyle Green.
Kyle
And
Greaves.
who are we waiting?
We're waiting for Kyle Greaves with a V, and we are waiting on Joe Hanley from
thank you.
McDermott, Quilty, and Miller.
Joe Hanley. Okay,
I apologize. He says he's signing on now.
great. Oh, okay, it's in there. Thank you. Kyle,
Yes,
what's going on?
I'm waiting here. He says he was signing on. I don't see it. I don't know if you have any ability to let us know if you see him, because I don't.
Madam
I'll-
Chair,
Charlotte?
this is
Yes.
Charlotte speaking. I've been watching the attendee list carefully to see when Joe Hanley signs on, but have not yet seen anyone with that name log on to the meeting.
Okay. Well, Madam Chair, in the essence of time, I'm happy to, I apologize for the curveball here. I'm happy to kind of start, and then when Joe comes in, I'll allow him to, kind of pick up the presentation
No,
if
I'm all
that
set.
works for you. I'm sorry?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So first off, again, my name is Kyle Greaves. I'm pleased to be here tonight with the development team. We have Ed Doherty from Capitol Hall Partners, and we have Brad Hall, Peter Bartash, and Christos from also Capitol Hall, and then Ed Doherty from the Chems Real Estate, we are here on behalf of a development proposal at 120 Middlesex Ave, which Sarah Lewis has kindly given you a little bit of context to here. And the application in front of us is a request for a hardship variance for a payment in lieu for civic space requirement within the ASMD. Is there a way that I can share my screen, I guess, now that I'm looking?
Kyle, this is Charlotte
Yes.
speaking. I will make you a presenter so that you can share your screen. Give me one moment to finish setting that up. Okay, Kyle, you can present or you can
Okay.
share your screen.
Thank you so much. Okay, I am trying to figure out which screen people can see. Let me know if I apologize while figuring this out in real time. Okay. Do you see anything on your side? I'm sorry to ask.
No, at first something did flash up, but then it went away.
Madam
I
Chair,
mean, what do you want to show us? We have our papers in front of us.
No, we just had some slides that just help to illustrate the point, our ask for this evening, and I'm trying to.
Madam Chair, if I may interrupt,
Yes.
Joe
Charlotte.
Hanley has logged online, and I'm going to, Kyle, remove presenter permissions from you and give them to Joe, if that is all right.
So I
Yes,
would still
that'd
be
be
sharing
fine.
my screen. Joe would just be speaking, if that's okay. So if you
Okay.
want to keep me with that, that would be helpful.
That is fine. Joe, you are unmuted and can speak at any time.
Joe, I'm working to set up the screen here. I apologize.
Great. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes,
Oh,
welcome.
excellent. Thank you, and thank you for your patience. I apologize in this new virtual world. Some people think we can be in two places at one time. That never used to be the case when we were driving. But anyway, I greatly appreciate the time of the board and, of course, of the Sarah Lewis, planning director in the city, for entertaining this request. My name is Joe Hanley. I am the permitting and zoning attorney for Brickyard at Assembly LLC, which is the applicant. And I have a few slides here. I also had submitted to the board a pretty detailed packet, including a statement of hardship and the basis for the variance request, which is pretty limited and specific. That was dated October 23rd, and hopefully you have it. And I'm going to run through that here. The first slide, and before I do that, if I may, and you might have done introductions, but of course, Kyle Graves is on our team from VHB. Ed Doherty is principal of Chems Corp and a developer who's done a lot of positive work in Somerville. He's partnered with Capitol Hall. Peter Bardish is on the line with us, and they are part of this joint venture that is Brickyard Assembly LLC. The site, which you'll see in this first slide here in hashes, is our development site that we have been working with in yellow along Middlesex Ave at the intersection of the expressway off-ramp and the 128 interchange we would call, I guess, the edge of the Assembly Square mixed-use district. We have been working with Director Lewis in the planning department for almost a year now on a master plan special permit proposal to build a new, really first of its kind, lab research and development building on the site, which is an allowed use. Next slide takes you a little closer in to the site itself. On the upper left side, you'll see a view of our site, which is the two-story brick office building that's looking northwest. It is at the intersection of Middlesex Ave and what's called Cumming Street. And down at the bottom left is looking southwest. You can see in the foreground the parking lot, which is associated with this property site, the two-story building and the religious use church that is to the right. And that comprises the property that is a little over an acre. It's 1.03 acres. The photo on the right, looking southwest, shows its unfortunate and very close proximity to the expressway over-ramp, and the Route 28 interchange. Next slide. So I'm going to bring you in a little closer with the hash, and again, you'll see our site in yellow. And this is relevant to the variance that we're asking for due to this unique location in the district that happens to be at the edge and in such unfortunate proximity to the expressway, its auto emissions, its pollution, and its related challenges for this particular variance that we're asking for, especially based on the input we've received from the community and from the planning department. So approximately 175 feet away from the edge tip of our site to the Route 28 interchange, and you'll see coming in on the other side of La Quinta Hotel, that's the off-ramp to 93, and then we're about 350 feet away from the interstate itself. The reason I mention that is we have had the pleasure to do a lot of process with the folks from the Mystic View Task Force, Mr. Zamora and others who know quite a bit about air quality and care deeply about it for the citizens of Somerville and in the region. And this proximity has been mentioned to us as something that they want us to be very careful about how we treat air quality, building ventilation, and the like. Next slide, excuse me. It's an overview of the development summary. This isn't necessarily before you tonight, but the variance that we're asking for would allow us to proceed with the next steps of the master plan special permit process with planning. We are proposing a office, lab, and research and development building of approximately 596 gross floor area, square feet. The height of that is approximately 275 feet. And we are activating Middlesex Ave in the ground floor with a public amenities zone, cafe, and it will have on-site parking. I will mention that this board knows from a policy standpoint, the city of Somerville, one of the most dense residential cities in the Commonwealth, has been encouraging more commercial growth that is compatible with the residential work opportunities. And so this is an allowed use and something that is very much a part of Summer Vision and the Assembly Square mixed-use district vision for creating this lab office employment opportunity really in an emergent section of Somerville. Next slide, please. This shows you a little bit more about the site itself. It's not totally symmetrical. It's not huge. It is an acre. It's got a little bit of a unique shape to it. But most importantly, its prominence is on Middlesex Ave. And in discussions with planning, with the Mystic View Task Force, the city leadership, City Councilor McLaughlin, we have been tasked with activating Middlesex Ave, not necessarily with open space alone, but with active maker space that you'll see there, cafe space, and widened sidewalks, a pedestrian zone, and the like. And that's all being integrated into our project. And I'm showing you that here. This is an excerpt from our master plan application to suggest that we're not looking to be excused from creating open space and connections. What we're looking for variance from is to allow us to make a payment in lieu of creating 25% of the civic open space on this site, because there is nowhere for us to put that amount of open space and comply with the ordinance requirement without putting workers, residents, and others in potential harm's way from a health impact for the closeness, for emissions and the like along the expressway and the interchange. That's the driving force. The secondary piece is this is an allowed use, and the lab needs to be a certain building width, if you will. But having said that, combined with the activation of Middlesex Ave, the only place we could put it is along the expressway in order to do that. And so again, that would have bigger impacts. So the next slide is my final slide, I believe, Kyle. And this is really just intended to be an outline of the materials that I had submitted to you, which was essentially the argument with respect to the consistency for the variance findings. First, that it's a distinct location in the Assembly Square mixed-use district, meaning this site. It's distinct from other parts of the district that we would want to have the creation of this civic open space, and it doesn't happen to be adjacent directly to the expressway and Route 28 and the off-ramp. And then we talk about the public health impacts from emissions within that proximity, and most importantly, the community input and city planning concerns. So as part of this project, we had extensive outreach with the Mystic View Task Force. We also had outreach with City Councilor McLaughlin. This is the same, Mr. Doherty is the same developer who had proposed residential initially just a few sites away, and the community was not supportive of residential because of the long-term residencies adjacent to the expressway. They wanted to see a commercial use, and then we came back with this commercial use that was overwhelmingly positively received. And we were even asked with respect to activating Middlesex Ave that we not have an overabundance of outdoor seating, again, because of the proximity of the highway and the health impacts. So the variance is consistent with what we've heard from planning and from the city. I showed you the trapezoidal shape of the site, which limits the available land area and also limits it, but also pushes it where we could put it closer to the intersection of the highway. And we, again, would suggest that that's inconsistent with city planning goals for redevelopment in the district, as well as what we heard from the community. We also suggest there would be no substantial detriment to public good or derogation of the purposes of the ordinance. This is project is for an allowed building use and type. commercial use to bring really a lab to this emerging section of the city at a time when jobs and commercial growth is much needed over residential. On-site creation, we would suggest, is inconsistent with city planning and the activation of Middlesex Ave. The project would also already enhance pedestrian connectivity, create new public realm, and activate Middlesex Ave. And so the variance is consistent with the community input and support that we received. And finally, the final compliance area is the spirit and intent of the ordinance. We would be working with the planning department, if we're fortunate enough to get the relief here, to make a payment in lieu of creating on-site civic open space under the same calculation of section 12.33. So we would still be achieving the very same results. And the project would provide an important buffer for the rest of the district from the expressway and Route 28 and create new employment without unnecessary health impacts from poor air quality. That concludes our presentation, and we're looking forward to taking questions. And certainly I can detail more about what the variance request is, but tried my best to give you an overview in as short a period of time as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question before we go further. They're asking for the variance for the 25% open space. What are they gonna have for any green space or landscaping? What are they supposed to have? Is that separate from the open space?
Yes, ma'am. This is Sarah Lewis, through the chair. They will be providing on-site improvements to Middlesex Avenue, and will have some open space on site, but not the designated civic space, which becomes a public space. So the difference between open space and civic space is where the boundary lies. So there will be some limited open space on site, and that will be along the Middlesex Avenue edge. So that space will be protected by the building from the pollution that's generated by 93.
Okay.
And if I may, Madam Chair, so the payment in lieu, the grant of the variance, because we're not in a because it's not specified that that's allowed in the Assembly mixed-use district by special permit. That's why we're here for the hardship, again, because of its location and its scope. But the payment in lieu would go to create open space in Assembly in the area at a location more appropriate with respect to, the community and planning, and not in that adjacency to the emissions.
Okay, can I ask Sarah Lewis, please? What would the payment be? How much money does it come out to? Is there a percentage of what they bill? How is that calculated?
We are actually still calculating. So I've been working with the directors of public space and urban forestry and economic development to determine what that fee is. So we have a consultant who is doing some research for us right now, sort of pulling together typical land acquisition costs to generate that open space, and then also for the design and construction of civic space. But sort of the idea being that when this team volunteered the payment in lieu, the idea that can be used to improve a space elsewhere in the Assembly Square neighborhood in a place that is more beneficial for that civic space.
Okay, thank you. So is there anyone here now in the public that have some questions or comments? The public portion, I'd like to open that up if I may.
Madam Chair, through you, if I can remind members of the public, if you have not been to a public meeting before, the way that you indicate that you wish to speak on a project is to, in your control panel, there is a little hand symbol. And if you select that hand symbol, it will notify staff that you wish to speak, and we can then unmute you. So at this time, if you would like to speak on 120 Middlesex Ave, please press that hand symbol and we will unmute you. Madam Chair, I don't know how long you want to give, but I do not see anyone raising their hand at this point in time.
Okay, all right, so let's go forward. I won't close it in case somebody shows up. Let's open it up to the board. You folks have some comments, and do you feel they've proven their case on the hardship of the variance? If you have something to say, would you please raise your hand so I can acknowledge you for the record? Ann Brockelman?
Yes, I'd just like to understand a bit more. Sarah Lewis. So they are providing 25% open space, but civic space is viewed as maybe more programmed open space where there's perhaps recreation and people hanging out in the space more. Is that right?
Civic space is more of, instead of the, think of it as the incidental space around a building. That's more of the open space that we're looking at here. A civic space is specifically more like a pocket park or a plaza that is dedicated to the public. And
So
if you think
it's programmed with activities, you know, people are going to actually hang out there.
yeah, if you
Right.
think about further down Middlesex near the public storage building, the Kensington Park, there's a small open space there. And that has been the subject of a lot of debate, which had sort of brought this issue to our attention on this site as well. The one thing I would like to add is, because this is we talk about the variance as just the variance. The developer has offered a solution or a compromise. The variance criteria must just be considered unto itself.
The solution being a strip of green space with trees, perhaps helping
Sorry, I
to
was
shield the
referring,
particulate.
through the chairs, I'm sorry. I was referring to the payment in lieu.
Okay, okay. And
My
I
comment
guess-
is, I'm looking, who's speaking?
I still have some comments, but you can go first, Madam
Can
Chair.
I say something it's in with what you're saying? The slide that they have in front of us now, the ground level plan, when I look around here, we have some green trees, it looks like, and so there's gonna be some buffing on the property around the building to enhance it, so it's not gonna be wall to wall concrete and 18 stories high. Sarah, do I have that right? There's gonna be some
Yes.
landscaping, it might be little, but
You are correct. It is our intent. We've been working with mobility to determine what an improved cross section would be for Middlesex Avenue. So the sidewalk would actually be considerably wider and give more opportunities for street trees and planting, as well as bike facilities and on-street parking. Because as you know, Middlesex Avenue is quite wide at the
right,
moment.
thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Ian, you can continue, please. I apologize.
I guess what I want to make sure I understand. So this variance, what I'm hearing is it is one end to serve the means of kind of, you have a Assembly Square mixed use district overlay in mind, which is still developing civic spaces and pedestrian connections. And if you're saying that the particulates, you know, in this letter that we have 300 feet of the highway, so is there an overlay plan where you're going to allow all properties within 300 feet of the highway because of this particular pollution hardship to not have civic space, or do something instead? I guess I'm looking for what is the city's overall plan, of which this is one piece of the puzzle where we're asked to, for now, give an exception, right, to compliance, because there's some larger, broader plan that I'm not sure I understand yet.
That's what we're hoping. We're working on language for an amendment so that there is an option for teams to use the payment in lieu in areas where they are in proximity to highly traveled roadways. Specifically within Somerville, it's I-93 and then McGrath Highway. So giving teams the option of where they are required in a master plan, where they are required to provide civic space, an option to provide a payment in lieu so that we can create a higher quality or perhaps larger space somewhere else outside of those zones of pollution.
So either now or eventually there'll be some kind of map which outlines this 300 feet setback off of highways where the particulates reach a certain metric number established, and that they'll be at the position of the city as to what other strategies then are used to offset this, whether it's certain trees perform better than others to offset this. I'm just trying to understand the big picture, because that seems to be the reason that you're supporting this variant.
With the neighborhood plan process that we're going through, especially for Assembly. So in any of our neighborhood planning processes, sort of a lot of it, we start with the infrastructure, and open space is a big part of that, because we do have those goals in Summer Vision to increase the public open space in the city. So we're trying to balance the need with, rather than just a quantity of open space, but also the quality of open space to make sure it's in the right place. So using the tools of the zoning and longer term neighborhood planning to sort of attempt to reach all of those goals at the same time. It sounds lofty when I say it like that, certainly, but that's our intent, to sort of move that direction and get our civic spaces, new civic spaces, in places where it's okay for sort of for people to hang out and active recreation to happen.
Yeah, I may add, if I may, that, this case certainly stands on its own merits as an individual request for a variance. As Sarah indicated, it's really just because it happens to be in the Assembly Square mixed use district that doesn't specify whether you can do a payment in lieu by special permit, and the fact that it's got this unusual shape, and that it's within 300 to 500 feet of 93. So I don't know how many other projects fit that description, but it is unique to this property site, which is required for the variance.
Through the chair, just to clarify, that was Joe Hanley speaking of the applicant team.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Ian, are you done?
Well, I'll let the other board members weigh in.
Elaine, Danielle, Josh, you have any comments? Danielle's all set. Elaine?
I just wanted to make sure, and I'm sure it's probably in place, the greenery that is on the outside edge of the building, that I'm hoping that a maintenance program is in place very often. Buildings, especially in an area like that where there's a lot of pollution, those green bushes or short trees or whatever get put up, and 6 months to 9 months to a year later, they're all turning brown and they just sit there and nobody does anything about it.
Joe?
Uh,
The
Yes.
applicant?
Would you like me
what
to
the board
respond to
members-
that, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So yeah, as I indicated, so the developer has extensive experience in lab R&D development. Part of that is in maintaining, operating the building. We will have requirements in our master plan special permit with the planning department, which is the process that we're in. And the slide that you're seeing here is one of many. We are working with Ground Inc., which is a Somerville-based landscape architecture firm on those designs. And there will be requirements in the special permit, but as well as with this applicant and this operator, that those planting zones remain fertile and are maintained, and also of a species that are compatible. So yeah, we take this stewardship very seriously. And I will say this is one of the, Somerville has an emerging lab market. And that's, a big job driver now in assembly. And we really think that we can be sort of the model for the future. And part of that is how responsibly the site contributes back into the environment and the landscape. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank
Through
you.
the chair, if I might clarify, so the reason that you'll see a master plan number on this case is because it will be a case before the planning board. But they have to ask for the variance first before they can go forward with their master plan case. So a lot of the more detailed issues will be dealt with as part of the master plan special permit, and any covenant that may be signed with the city and the economic development division. So there will be involvement from public space and urban forestry to make sure that there's all of these things are planted and maintained in the appropriate amount of detail to make sure we get what the city sort of gets the quality that it wants.
Okay. Elaine, are you satisfied?
Yes.
Okay, Josh has his hand up. Hi, Josh. Josh, your mic's not on.
Can you hear me now?
Hello? Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if this is where you were going, but I mean, this is similar to the recent variance down the street from me, next to the piano building by the new Gilman Square stop. If there's a zoning change, if we feel like the zoning might have missed the mark here and it needs to be changed, I would rather see the project wait until that change happens rather than put it on the board to approve a variance in anticipation of it being changed. And my specific resistance to doing it is that I just don't see, I'm looking at the 3 required findings, and I just don't see how literal enforcement of the provisions of the Assembly Square mixed-use district would involve substantial hardship. I mean, the applicant has said that you can't really do a lab building given the dimensions if you carve out a quarter of the parcel for civic space. But I mean, there's hardly anything you can't do in terms of building program. in the mixed use district. So it just seems like the way the ordinance is written right now, maybe this isn't a viable use for the site. I'm not opposed to it if the city has that sort of longer term plan that's articulated through an amendment or change to the variance, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea that we're approving a variance, you know, thinking that that's gonna happen.
Thank you. Sarah, did you want to speak to that, or?
As I've said, it's a matter of timing with things that are all happening at the same time. So this project wanting to move forward is happening at the same time that the Assembly neighborhood plan update is going forward, and as I said, we've had pushback on the Kensington Park further down Middlesex from the Mystic View folks of having that as that's an existing space that's going to stay, but trying to find more optimal locations for other sites.
What do you see when this is going to happen? Do you have a time? You're saying a month? Are you saying 2 months? You're saying 6 months?
No, the design charrette for the neighborhood plan update is actually the beginning of December. So that'll be within the next month. And then we should start looking at, that'll give us frameworks and optimum locations for open spaces throughout the larger Assembly neighborhood.
Madam
Josh,
Chair, I'm sorry.
Josh, I have a question. So if we move forward with this, with that in place, in other words, the city saying we're going to find other open space for people in this area. We're revamping, we're looking into Assembly Square totally. And Middlesex Ave, I would take it from the courthouse down, Sarah. The back of the front of Middlesex is facing the rear of the Assembly Square, right?
Correct.
So are we going to look
Currently,
at?
yes.
So you're talking about looking at Assembly Square Mall area, but that's going to include all of Middlesex Ave as well?
Correct. It will include the marketplace site. It will include the recently approved PUD of Assembly further down Middlesex, even as far to looking at the parcels beyond Partners where the Home Depot and the Old Circuit City site are, and looking at that area as a whole.
Okay, great. Josh, what do you think about that? Would you still want to wait?
Yeah. I mean, Sarah, I think I'm understanding that, you know, it could be a few months, but the city is looking at basically modifying the ordinance such that this project wouldn't need a variance in a few months' time, or whenever the process is done. Is that right?
Yes.
We would hope so, yes.
May I make a pitch on the hardship, because maybe this wasn't fully understood, Madam Chair?
In 1 second, please.
Yeah.
And every time you speak, you have to identify yourself for the record.
Okay.
Okay. Danielle, do you echo Josh's feelings? You know, you're a planner by trade, and I know you're pretty good with the variances. What do you think about this with the time?
Well, it does seem like it meets the criteria, our new criteria. But, you know, I do understand the point of, if the zoning change is imminent, then why would we grant the variance now? But I know that does take, it's an involved process, like it would have to go to the planning board first. I think that would make a recommendation to city council, has to be advertised. And then I don't know if city council would pass it on the one go, or if they just do a first reading. I'm not sure what the process is lately. But I mean, I'm able to make the findings to vote on it tonight, but I don't have strong feelings either way. The last example with the piano building, I didn't think that met the criteria, and I thought it was detrimental
To the neighborhood, I remember that.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have been in favor of a zoning amendment for that either. Whereas this, I think this makes sense. And I like the idea of cash in lieu, where you can use those funds to create, usable open space somewhere better. Maybe perhaps a larger site, contiguous, larger contiguous area. I know it's often hard to find funds to create open space, and why put it someplace where it's not, not a good spot just because
To do it.
we have to. Yeah. So, I mean, I would support the zoning change. And I feel like this does meet the criteria, but I guess with the timing, I mean, how imminent, I know it does take a while. So personally, I would be in favor of granting it tonight.
Well,
May I speak for a moment?
no, not just yet, Joe.
This was it, Dory, but okay, I'll wait my turn.
Charlotte,
Yes, Madam Chair.
would you, I don't want to speak to anybody on the applicant just yet. I want to iron this out a little bit.
Yes, Madam Chair. I will mute them and unmute them again when you tell me. As a side note, we do have 3 members of the public who have indicated that they wish to speak. And so whenever you want to ask them to speak, we're ready.
Okay. I want to move along, kick this up a notch. So let's everybody get heads up and start paying attention. We have other things on the agenda tonight, and I don't want to hear repetition and rehashing. I thought the applicant made a very good pitch. That's why I didn't have him speak just yet. I understand what Ann's saying. I understand what Josh is saying and Danielle. Elaine hasn't weighed in yet, but I just would like to say, Elaine, I'm going to let you weigh in 1 second. I think to answer Josh's question is, for my peace of mind tonight on this and going forward, is that if Sarah Lewis wasn't here tonight, our executive director, and eloquently explaining what is going to be happening, to me, that's a done deal. And I know it has to go to the alderman and all this other stuff, but I think it would be, because I think they're in favor of the new zoning that they voted on, and they understand that there's some little wrinkles that we're working out. Am I right in that interpretation, Sarah?
Yes, Madam Chair, you are.
Okay. I mean, it goes to other committees as well. Then it goes to the counselors, and at that time they have to approve it. So I think what us voting tonight would accomplish or not accomplish is if we approve this evening, everybody can keep going forward. If we don't approve this evening, it costs this applicant a lot of time, and time is money, and also in the developing of the rest of the area. If this is on tap, I think it would force us as the city to go forward on this, checking the ordinance and making some alterations to it. Am I right, Sarah?
Yes, ma'am. We have as I mentioned, we do have the language already written, but sort of the variance findings as to whether sort of this is to Danielle's point, whether sort of the variance findings can be made on the location of this site is what we need to consider tonight.
Okay. Elaine, did you have something you wanted to chime in on this, or are you comfortable with this?
I'm comfortable with this and having it go forward, and if we can find the, support the variance findings.
Right. And you brought up a very good point. I was back in the day when they were going to think of building Home Depot. I was on the committee for that, the mayor's office. It was Mayor Capuano. And that Home Depot and the adjacent property, which is the old, I forget the name, it's eluded me, you just said a little while ago, the electronics store. They were supposed to maintain their property all along Mystic Ave and in between some of the parked cars. We wanted some green space, we wanted some buffer, some bushes, and it looks like a jungle down there now. So I think it's gotten very sad looking. Everybody's been paying attention to Assembly Row. And I think it's about time we start paying attention to Assembly Square and also the Home Depot lot, stuff like that. And then this Middlesex Ave going down to the courthouses, the Dunkin' Donuts, there's another little cafe. That can be a wonderful area if we could rejuvenate it. And to me, if this is going to be the start of something good, I mean, like 18 stories is monstrous. It's dwarfing the La Quinta. And I can see the size of the buildings compared to Station Landing right over the bridge. So I mean, I always say it's the pleasure of the board, and I highly always appreciate Josh Safdie's expertise being an architect in his background. But I'd like to, to see if Ian and Josh would go forward tonight with this. Ian has her hand up.
Madam Chair, yeah, I have to say that it would be based on me accepting staff's recommendation.
Right.
It would, again, it's because I find that I don't have the documentation to make that finding myself, like the new mixed use district and what the intentions are. So it would be me agreeing to, Director Sarah Lewis's recommendation.
Right.
I find that I can't make the determination otherwise, which, is okay, I guess. I think if the,
that's what I'm saying, because she's here representing the city, we have to, we don't want it to fall on deaf ears per se. And I have faith that they know there's a lot of stuff going on.
I mean, I don't
Josh, what do
think
you Ian, please speak.
I was thinking, I don't think the shape of the lot necessarily precludes creating that if wanted to. So I didn't think that was a hardship. The only thing that stuck out for me was that because of the pollution, nobody wants to hang out there, just to put it bluntly. So then we have to exchange that with pollution mitigating landscape measures, of which are very vague in this in this drawing. The intention is so I don't know how that's being established, and then I guess the payment. So I guess I could reluctantly support this. I'm not against the project, but just the way, the procedure that I find I don't have the information
that's
on the
what
ground.
Josh is saying. I think that's what George's sentiment. Josh? He's shaking his head yes.
Yes, that is.
Go ahead, hon.
I mean, I understand the issues around the corridor of 93. I mean, I was involved in some community charrettes before they started building that housing on the backside of the Stop and Shop site. And, I've met the folks and read the studies, and, so I understand the issue. I mean, Ann sort of hit it on the head. For me, it's more about, it's hard for me I don't have information to make a financial case. I read language in the narrative, which I find, vague. I mean, where it says that something like sorry, I'm just scanning it, but something like, you know, the building would have these all these odd angles that would then make it unrentable. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me as an architect, right? I mean, that sounds more like an architect trying to convince us, right? If it wasn't a question that was up for debate, a good design team could figure out how to make the site work. It's not that unusual a site. So that's where, and that's really, to me, the only financial hardship. And so that's why I have a hard time with it. But I'm supportive of the idea that we shouldn't have civic space within the, you know, the plume of particulate matter. And I'm supportive of the idea that it would, you know, sort of, it deserves a well thought plan. I'm just not crazy about the idea of starting to grant the variances on the brand new ordinance ahead of the plan being articulated.
Thank you. Charlotte, could you unmute the applicant, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Applicant team, you are all unmuted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Attorney Joe Hanley. And thank you for this lively discussion and for your reference sensitivity to this edge location and assembly. I remember the Circuit City site back in the day as well. And, you know, meeting the criteria for a variance is the sum of the factors, not necessarily just the hardship in the strict interpretation of that. It's as you know, Member Evans articulated as well, whether it'll be detrimental to the neighborhood. And as Mr. Savdi also suggested, the financial, the hardship, economic or otherwise. In this instance, you are correct. You could build a building there that would not require that you could also use 25% of the site in addition to the public realm that we're already doing. But it would not be a commercial use and it would not be a lab. And this is a location, Somerville is at the precipice of an opportunity to be a real job creator. And in the pandemic, in the current market, lab is one thing that seems to be of interest and flourishing, and it needs certain floor plates. And that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the market. And what could be built there would be a high-rise residential, and you would have 25% of the space left for a park, but the neighborhood would never support, we'd never get relief for residential. We tested that, the same development team at Assembly's Edge. And so we can show you plans where we could create 25% open space, but it's not, the shape of this site is relevant because what it does is it puts that 25% within the emission zone. And so I appreciate the discussion. I wouldn't have proceeded with this application if I didn't think it met the criteria. We're not just here based on the timing, but I will say, absent the relief granted, this project will be in major jeopardy. And the other way that I would maybe ask that you could respectfully look at that is, should the city get around to amending the zoning, the relief that you granted would then no longer be necessary, even though it's in place. And we would still accomplish the very same purpose of the policy. In other words, we would be funding and creating open space in Assembly in a safe location by virtue of this project and by virtue of the relief that we're asking for you to grant. And so I greatly appreciate the time and the opportunity and your consideration and the pleasure of the board, as you say, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So Charlotte, we have people from the public here.
Yes, Madam
Do
Chair.
we have them speak?
First up is, I'm not going to say this right, Joe Taglienti. You are unmuted and can speak.
Hi, great. Hello, thank you, and thank you for opening up the forum to the public. I just want to say that my group, I'm with Tage Capital Partners. We're the group that owns the ground leases for the La Quinta and the 99 next door to this development, and we are in favor of this development. We think it's a fantastic development. We think it's the future of Somerville, and we hope that the board embraces it as much as we do. We're all for it. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Who's next?
Madam Chair, next up is Wig Zamor. Wig, you are unmuted.
Yes, hi. My name's Wig Zamor. I actually have had some involvement with this site for about 20 years. And I'm glad to see it.
I know who you are, Miss. I'm sorry, I know who you are, Wig.
See it proceeding as mixed use as opposed to just parking lots and big boxes. I think it's terrific for Somerville. Also would be extremely happy to see a master plan done there. The mayor had proposed it years ago and had some resistance, but I think it is a great way to create value, as is creation of open space. I think I was given notice of this meeting. I just want to make a comment about the air pollution. So I'm the one who started the environmental epidemiology group at Tufts with doctorates from Harvard and co-authors from MIT and BU School of Public Health. And so these are ultrafine particles. They are not fine particles. Fine particles are a regional issue, and they're largely connected with smog and kind of regional patterns. So if they were fine particles, there would be no difference. You could go 500 meters away, there would be no difference. But these are the particles of concern are very fresh and very tiny particles, mostly from transportation sources, especially from highways and cars, trucks, buses, also from aviation, if you're close enough to that. The health effects in residents next to corridors like I-93, 38 in Somerville are basically about 50% increases in cardiovascular mortality risk, 50% increases in lung cancer risk, sometimes 50% in childhood asthma risk. These are chronic. They happen very slowly. People don't really notice them, but when you do the population studies, that's basically the outcome. And 100 meters is a relevant, or 100 yards, 300 feet is a very relevant metric. There's quite a decrease 100 meters away and 200 meters away. And I think I'll stop there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is he Wig? Okay, thank you, Wig. And who's next, Charlotte?
Madam Chair, at this time, I do not see anyone else raising their hand and indicating that they wish to speak.
Okay, I'd like to close the public portion of this case and open it up to the board. We ready to vote tonight? Josh, you are?
Yeah, Madam, that's what I was gonna.
Something to say?
That's what. Well, yeah, I was just going to suggest, in the interest of moving it along, it seems like there are 4 votes that could support it, and I'm okay with that. I'm just, I think in some ways, this is a tussle between the board and OSPCD. Just, I mean, I don't. So, anyway, I mean, I think we should move forward. It seems like we know how it will go, and I think everyone will be fine.
Right. The only comment I'd like to make for the record as well is that if we vote tonight and it's a positive vote and the applicant go forward, I hope that the city is well going forward, because I wouldn't want to see other cases coming down the pike like this and them all bumping up and us having to approve variances, which is very serious, business variances. That's why under the new system, they come here first for a variance before they go any further, investing time, effort, and money in their project. And then they see us towards the end and we say no. So I don't know if Sarah's still on board here someplace, but I hope that the planning department gets on this, because we don't want to see more variances for this reason. I think that's what Josh is saying, I'm saying. I think Danielle really feels that way, and down the pike that, this case can't be the sacrificial lamb and say no. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a good project. It makes sense what you're saying. And me personally, for my vote, I, would go along, I take your word as, who you are and what you are. So, I don't know, is the board ready to take a vote tonight and move forward? Josh says he's all set. Danielle, you're the clerk. What do you have to say?
So there's no conditions attached to the staff report. And I think we obviously need to add the condition that there would be a cash in lieu payment. And we don't have a dollar amount, but Director Lewis says that they're working that out. So Director Lewis, can you offer some language for the condition for my motion?
That actually would be a condition that's placed on the master plan special permit rather than on the variance. So
that would go to the planning board?
They
That
will
goes
go
to
to
the
the
planning
planning board, and the planning board will, it'll be part of the covenant that they negotiate and part of the conditions of the master plan special permit. So the only thing that we're voting on this evening is the variance.
And nothing else, that's it. And we don't
Yeah.
have any conditions for our variance?
Because there is still 2 more steps of public process to go through. I mean, once they get their master plan special permit, they also have to go through a site plan approval process. So there will be, sort of lots more input and potential restrictions put on them at that point in time. So,
Madam
What is
Chair.
we have that this is happening? We don't have anything in writing.
Madam Chair, this is
Deputy-
Attorney Joe Hanley. I'd like to volunteer for the record on behalf of the applicant that we are committed to a voluntary payment in lieu in accordance with city, the same calculation that is applied by the city ordinance with respect to the 25% requirement, and that we'd be happy to have that as a proviso if it's the pleasure of the board. And I believe that's section 7.4.
just to clarify, that will need to be part of the master plan special permit rather than the variance.
Okay.
Why is that?
All right.
For the record, we're committed to it.
I
Okay,
don't know
thank you, Joe. Danielle, you can speak, hon. Go ahead.
I don't understand why we can't attach a condition to our decision. I don't understand why this is not possible. I don't feel comfortable voting without a condition that this is mitigation for, that this part of our finding is that the cash in lieu, is a more preferable option than putting it on site. So,
Danielle, does it have anything to do with that it's right in the legal notice that it says, and a payment in lieu of the required civic space, which requires a hardship variance. So it's right there in the legal notice. It says it right in black and white. So if we're approving the hardship variance, it goes with in lieu of the required civic space, they're gonna make a payment.
isn't the variance, is the variance to allow the cash in lieu, or is the variance to not compel them to add the open space?
The variance request is not to provide the 25% civic space.
We don't have anything in our decision that is compelling them to do a cash in lieu. I think we need the condition. Or I want to hear from the law office why we don't have to put it there.
You want to see it in black and white. So when it leaves us now, goes to the next department, it's on the books.
We've
I
attached
agree.
condition variance decisions before, and then, that was.
The the difficulty with this one, I'm sorry, through the chair, the difficulty with this is they have volunteered to provide something rather than us requiring them to provide payment in lieu. You know, that's not something that we can do in this district. It is something that they had volunteered as a potential option. So it's actually, it's almost a separate, it needs to be thought of as a separate issue from the actual granting of the hardship variance.
But Madam Chair, if I may, Attorney Joe Hanley, our suggestion is that this is mitigation that relates to that final prong of the variance requirement with respect to it won't be detrimental on the community. In order to show and prove that the applicant is volunteering a compliant payment in lieu pursuant to the ordinance. And, you know, that my understanding, this board, having come before you on a lot of projects, you've granted variances that have conditions that relate to the mitigation on community impacts quite frequently.
I mean, I agree. I think that's how it meets their criterion. Otherwise, I don't think it meets it. Then I can't make the finding tonight, so that's kind of where I sit.
I want to know from Sarah, what would be there to follow this at the end of the project? What's there to say if this gets lost in the translation? Something happens with this applicant, it's not the same team as another team, things happen, it's 1 month, 2 months, 6 months, 2 years down the road, where there's nothing there to protect the Zoning Board of Appeals decision. There's nothing there to say how we hashed it out and that we, you know, we're going forward with the word of the executive director and that they're also going to make this payment, because that sweetens the pot. You know what I'm saying? We know the area needs help, and I think everybody agrees with that. But I think I agree with Danielle tonight on this. I think in our decision, it must be, you know, said right out. So that's what I think Danielle is saying. How would you present the motion? I think you just present the motion as the legal notice states and reiterate that although there's not a condition that can, you know, it's an understanding that in lieu of the required civic park, there will be a cash payment to the city to enhance the area. Sarah, you see what I'm saying?
Madam Chair, I certainly do. At this point in time, I think I would like to address Danielle's concerns. Perhaps we can continue this case rather than take a vote tonight, because I don't want to lead us down a path and propose language of a condition that I don't think that we can actually run. I would really like to talk to the legal department to make sure that and come back to you with wording that legal would be comfortable with.
Josh, is that okay with you? Yep. Elaine and Danielle, that okay with you guys?
Yep.
Yep. Ian, you're okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, would there be a vote on the motion to grant
No.
it subject to, or would we be coming back?
No.
Okay.
No, you're gonna have to come back. Like you said, this is cutting edge, it's brand new, first on the block, all this jazz. So that goes for us too. We want to get it right.
Thank you.
So Can we have a motion then from the clerk for the continuance on the request of Sarah Lewis and bump it up to, I guess, the 18th, Sarah? That's enough time, yes? For our next meeting?
Yes, ma'am. If the applicant is accepting of that, then
Right.
yes. you can.
Can we hear from the applicant? Hello?
Yes,
Mr.
Madam
Hanley?
Chair. Yes,
So what-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So you're okay with the continuance and we'll come back on the 18th?
Yes, ma'am. Attorney Joe Hanley, thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Sarah, we're gonna go ahead with our motion.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Evans?
Okay, in the matter of 120 to 132 Middlesex Avenue, I make a motion that we continue this to the November 18th, 2020 meeting in order for the planning division to check with the legal department on the appropriate condition language regarding the cash in lieu payment.
Perfect, thank you. Seconded by Elaine Severino. Josh Safdie? Do we have an aye or a nay? An
Aye.
aye?
Aye.
Elaine? Yay or
Aye.
nay? Aye. Danielle?
Aye.
Ann Brockelman?
Aye.
And Susan Fontano, aye. The ayes have it, it's unanimous. We'll see you folks back here on the 18th, and Sarah will talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like, the next case should be Clifton. I'd like to break for 5 minutes if I may. Is the Clifton people here now, Charlotte?
Madam Chair, the applicant for 9 Clifton Street is here.
Okay, we're gonna take a break for just 5 minutes and be right back.
Do we need to vote to pause?
Oh, do we have to vote to pause?
I
Okay,
believe we,
I didn't think so, just for an adjournment. I didn't think for an intermission. We don't usually.
I may be incorrect and we can just continue. But to be on the safe side, I think a vote for a 5 or 10 minute recess
Danielle,
would not go unwarranted.
I make a
Danielle,
motion to take a 5-minute recess.
seconded
Second.
by Josh,
Aye.
Elaine,
Aye.
Ann,
Aye.
Al, and Susan.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Charlotte?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Hi, I'm back. I'm just checking in with you.
It seems like you're the first one back.
Hey, I said 5. I'm ready. I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's exactly 5.
Okay. So we'll do, when we get back, Clifton Street and then North.
And then that's everything for the evening.
Right. Beautiful. Is Sarah on that last case? Was that Sarah? You handling that or just Sarah?
That was Sarah.
Okay, thank you. Is Sarah White with us this evening?
Sarah White is not with us. She has an HPC meeting. Weird night,
Oh, okay.
but so she's staffing that.
Yeah, all right.
Just so
Hi,
you know,
Danielle.
I don't feel well. And
All
I'm
right,
hang in there.
okay,
I can probably make it through that. I have a pounding headache.
all right.
I just don't know I'm just not feeling well all of a
Okay.
sudden. So
Do you want to try
Fine,
Clifton?
fine,
And if you
fine.
have to leave,
Oh.
if you have to excuse yourself, you let me know, all right? Raise your hand
Okay.
and I'll excuse you for the record, all right?
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
having like photosensitivity like really bad
Yeah, all right.
headache.
Do you want to kill your camera there?
I think I might, if people don't mind.
No, we don't mind. If you have to, let me know though. Pop your head in or something. Let me know if you have to leave, all right?
I'll just pause it.
Okay, that'll be good, all right.
I'm
Like
here.
that, great. Okay. Elaine and Josh, where are you?
I'm here.
Right here.
There's Ann. Okay, guys. Just so you guys will know, Danielle's not feeling well, so she's listening, she's chilling. And if she has to excuse herself, she'll let us know. But right now, she's just paused her camera and she's sitting back, okay? So she can hear everything.
Yeah, I'm here. I just needed
all
to
right.
dim the lights, and it looks really creepy me sitting here in the dim lights.
All right.
I've done
I
that,
get it.
Danielle.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd like to call the meeting back in order. It's 7:36. And Charlotte, the next case is 9 Clifton Street. Is this a new case to open?
This is a new case to open.
Okay. Miss Evans, is that something you'd like to do?
Yep, I can read this into the record.
Please do.
9 Clifton Street, applicant and owner Sherry Gildersma proposes to split the existing lot into 2 and to construct a permitted building type on the resulting non-conforming vacant lot. The development proposal requires multiple variances.
Okay, thank you.
Madam,
Yes, Charlotte.
the applicant is here and is unmuted.
Good evening. Hello.
Sherry,
Hello?
it's green.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
You want to speak to us and tell us what you want to do?
Sure.
Why is it you're here?
Well, you may remember, but I can refresh your memory. Back in last August, I was approved for a special permit with site plan review to build an age-in-place house on my property at 9 Clifton. But it was done under the previous zoning regulation. And so I went through all the design development, engineering and so forth, and I put the project out to bid. And the project came in I don't know what percent, but excessively high, way over the price that my architect said it was going to be. And so I worked with one of the contractors that had a good price and seemed to have a good understanding of the job and brought the price down, but I still can't afford it. So I investigated ways that I could obtain more financing to do it. And the only route that's left to me now is to do something called a construction 1031 tax exchange. And simply put, what that means is that I have to sell my existing house to be able to use the tax exchange, and the capital gains from the sale of my house can be deferred and put toward the construction of the new house. So to do that, I need to divide the lot and sell the house separately. That's the only way that the tax exchange will be available to me. And then, so to do that, I need a variance. And then I need a second variance because the shape of my lot, though it has the correct amount of square footage allowed, it's not the right shape. So the proposed house meets all the existing setback requirements. It just doesn't, the lot is 60 feet deep instead of 70 feet deep. So I'm asking for those two variances to build. And you have the drawings in front of you. Dan said you had the drawings. So you may be familiar when you look at them. Basically, the design of the house doesn't change except for slightly to meet a few feet here on the new variance, or I mean on the new zoning ordinance. Otherwise, it's the exact same house.
Okay. Sherry. So when you divide the property, both lots are going to be 50 by 60.
That's right.
And you're going to build on one of the lots.
Yep.
And what happens to the second lot?
It stays exactly the same, except for it won't be mine anymore. No changes there.
So you're going to sell it?
Yes, I have to sell it.
You're going to sell it and it'll be a vacant lot till whomever buys it see what they want to do.
No, I'm going to sell the existing house.
Yeah.
And I'm going to keep the lot and build on it.
Am I Josh, Ann, can you explain this? So she's got one big lot now. She's going to sell the house.
No, first I have to split the lot.
Right. 50-50. And the house now then would sit on what? One and a half of the lot?
On half of the lot. The existing house will be on half the lot and it will be separate so that I can sell it.
All right.
And then use the income or the proceeds from that
to build your house on the first part of the lot.
Right,
okay.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I just didn't get it. Okay, I was getting a little brain cramp or something, I guess. Okay. Now, let me see something here. We did get a couple of letters. I would ask that Charlotte, could you refresh us on what letters we got in the matter of 9 Clifton Street?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have the list of names and addresses. There are kind of two sets of letters. We have comments that were submitted for the previous approval that were submitted again, and then we have comments specific to this proposal. I'll read the first set first.
Okay.
Comments that were submitted from the previous approval include, I'm going to butcher some of these names. I apologize. I don't think they're here. Cassie Arnaud at 142 Morrison Ave, Steve White at 138 Morrison Ave, Sarah Rosenfeld, address unknown, Brian and Katya Green, 140 Morrison Ave, Nancy Kafka, 828 East Avenue in Minnesota, John Amadeo, address unknown, Celia Halstadt and Bonnie Waltz at 215 Morrison Ave, Penny Snyder, address unknown, Todd Rasmussen, 68 Pritchard Ave, Beth Galston and Jerry Lerman, address unknown, Ann Thomas, address unknown, Kate Gilbert, address unknown, and Emily Satam at 136 Morrison Ave.
Now, what were all those letters? When did you receive those?
Those were submitted by the applicant maybe a week or two ago, but they were originally received by the board in August 2019.
What is that?
They were originally received by the board in August or late summer, fall 2019, when the site plan approval or special permit with site plan special permit with site plan review was approved. I get the terms all mixed up. And then
so all those names you just read were from last year.
Correct. And then I have 3 names for tonight.
This year.
Hill Snellings at 130 Liberty Road, Anna and Paul Radvani at 159 Morrison Ave, and Carol Powers, address unknown, all submitted comments on the variances.
Okay. All right. So let's open it up to the public. Just a couple of minutes each. Charlotte?
Yes, Madam Chair. So if anyone has joined us since the last case, the method for indicating that you wish to speak is to virtually raise your hand. We will unmute you. I see Hill Snellings has raised his hand. Hill, you are unmuted.
Hello, thank you. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Great. So in connection with this.
Hello. Everybody pay attention. Charlotte, you'll have to say it again. You must give your name and your address.
My name is Hill Snellings. I am at 130 Liberty Road. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Lisa Snellings, who is also listening to this hearing. In connection with the applicant's
we do have your correspondence as well, sir.
All right. So I would, the fundamental point that I'd like to make is that if this goes forward, we would like the conditions that the board previously imposed on development of the lot to remain in place. And in addition, because the lots will now be smaller and because of the unusual configuration of the applicant's back porch and steps, which are actually within the setback zone under both the old regime and the new regime, we would like a special permit to erect an 8-foot fence there. And I've been informed by the applicant that she does not object to that and would join in that as well. And in addition, I have the other points raised in my letter that I would submit to the board for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So here we go again. They're coming here tonight for the variance. 2, I understand now, not just 1, but 2. 1 to break up the lot, right? Charlotte?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dan Bartman is the planner on this case and will be able to answer any more detailed questions you have. But I can answer any basic questions.
Great. Dan?
Hello, Madam Chair.
Hi, good evening. So the first variance for us would be to break up the lot. And what's the second variance?
to build a building type on the same lot that doesn't,
Okay.
an undersized lot. So one is to create a lot that doesn't meet the dimensions for any building type, and then to put the building type on it.
On top of it. Thank you. And now I don't know if you were listening to the last case. Danielle wanted to have a condition to the variance. And Ms. Lewis is going back with legal to find out what the story is on that. So now here's the same situation. Mr. Snellings, Mr. and Mrs. Snellings has this, they want us to go back to the last case when it was approved back in August and adopt all those conditions, which might be handed over to the planning. They might be able to do that. But then this is in front of us about the fence, the plantings, drainage, orientation, and of course the special permit problems back in August of 2019. How do we address these requests?
Madam Chair, the specific issue with the previous case is actually the wording and the nature of that specific condition, not just attaching conditions to variances, which is 100% permitted by MGL 40A. The nature of those is that they're typically related to specific site conditions. So like adding a condition to have an 8-foot privacy fence is something that is plausible for if you issued this variance. And the state law specifically talks about time and land use, like timing of construction and things like that, and land use when it talks about adding variance conditions. There's a broad range of conditions that have been upheld in our court system.
Right.
Really our question is about the nature of that specific condition for that specific proposal.
Okay, I get it. I get it. Does everybody seem to understand that? Everybody shaking their heads or say yes? Good. Okay. I just wanted to, where we're going forward now with this, I just wanted to make sure we understood it. Okay.
If I may, one add.
Sure, Dan.
I have written, based off of the written feedback that I've seen so far, I have written some draft conditions that we can discuss if we get to that point. But I'm more than able to also do that if anything new is brought up by remaining public comment.
Okay, great. All right, so let's continue going on after Mr. Snellings. Who else would like to speak so we could have some input?
Any members of the public, please raise your, oh, okay. Aju Sanjus, I'm really sorry if I butchered it. You're unmuted.
No worries. My name is Aju Santu. I was actually just wondering if 200 North Street has already been covered at this meeting. I've been on and off since 6, but I'm not sure if I missed that item.
I'll give a shout out. Welcome, Peter.
200 North Street has not yet been discussed and will be discussed after this case.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, then I forfeit the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you. Paul Radvany. I think I got it right this time. Paul, you're unmuted. Paul, you might need to unmute yourself. If the microphone is red, you're green. You're good to go.
So the name is Paul Radvany, and I'm with my wife, Anna Maria Radvany. We are abutting neighbors, 159 Morrison Avenue, and just have 2 questions or comments. One relates to a setback behind the new building and concerns about the size of a porch that may be built on that area or deck that would be appropriately set from the division line from the property. That's one question. And the second is in regards to plantings that are planned for the area. I want to make sure that there is 2 conditions. One is maintenance. If something were to die, it would be replaced. Or if there was a need to prop up a tree that may be falling, for instance. And the other one is to make sure that the plantings are not too close to the fence. Currently, we have 3 large trees that are pushing our fence towards me, unfortunately. And just want to make sure whatever happens new will be at a distance and not compromising the fence that we have. And that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, at this time, I do not see anyone else who wishes to speak.
Okay. I have a question on to the applicant.
Yes.
When you elocuted and told us your plan, you said you're building a house at age and place.
Correct.
For yourself?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I was getting a little confused because the neighbors seemed a little concerned. I didn't know if this was gonna have multiple people living there, and that's why they wanted such a high fence, and they're talking about the plantings. Do we know why
No,
they
actually,
wanted 8-foot?
Yes, I do. They are living in a condominium that was developed back in 2007.
Okay.
It was, and when the developer built it, it was before they aren't the first occupants. They've come along since then. But there was an existing mansard roof, two-family on the property, and the developer at the time maxed it out, built it out to the maximum, and the two units are connected, and to make them all on one elevation, there's quite a dramatic slope that goes from one end of the property to Morrison Street. It's at least 4 feet, if not more. And so the developer raised the entire new building so that their house is really elevated. And so I think that the reason they want a tall fence is because a 6-foot fence doesn't really give them any privacy. I have plenty of privacy, but they don't have the same kind of privacy because if you were to drive by, you could see it's very dramatic how high their building is compared to the rest of the places around it. So.
All right, I understand.
Yeah.
You've made it clear. Thank you very much. Okay. So if there's no one else from the public, she made told us what we're gonna do. Now I'm gonna open it up to the board. I'm gonna close the public portion and open it to the board. Do we have some comments? And I do have another comment. Here I go again. I feel like I'm in school here tonight. When we get questions about the fence and the plantings and the maintenance and the previous conditions, that's not what's in front of us tonight. What's in front of us tonight is
That's right.
making 2 plots. I'm talking to Charlotte or Dan.
Yep, that's true, Madam Chair. The scope of the petition in front of you tonight is related to the lot split and then permission to build the house on it. The applicant has stated that she plans to propose a compliant building. We believe that the nature of the variance is to build a specific building type, but the board could permit all of the building types in the NR district to be built on that lot if it so chose, or it could restrict the variance to one specific building type. But we are specifically talking about dividing the property and then what is then allowed to be built on it because it is undersized. So if you were to grant only the first variance, the result would be a vacant lot that is unbuildable, and that's the reason for the second variance. The application, other than these 2 variances, the proposal is intended to be by right. as long as
Okay.
it is compliant with the zoning ordinance, and nothing that Ms. Gildersma has discussed is out of compliance. We are actually working to make some very small adjustments to her previous approval that was approved last year or 2 years ago to make it compliant with the new zoning ordinance. There's not that much off. There's some increased setbacks and things like that. So that's why we're making those adjustments. But she has not yet proposed that because it was drawn up, those plans were drawn up for the old code.
Right. So, how do we as a board decide what style of home? Ian, do you have any suggestion? You know what I'm saying, what I'm gonna get at now? We can approve the splitting of the property, but we have to approve the building. And I wonder if there's any conditions that go with that. Ian Brockelman.
That's exactly what I'm trying to understand. I mean, once the lot is split, and I dug up the old approved plans, I do remember this project. It was, you know, widely supported, you know, with a nice landscape plan, trees, and as such, there were lots of letters of support. So once the lot is split, the applicant's building her new house in the corner. The existing house is sold, right, to somebody else. And I thought you were going to go in the direction of building the same thing. And so that, you know, visually, besides the invisible lot line or perhaps a new fence, nothing would change in terms of the urban fabric or the feel of the neighborhood, which we had approved. But that's not the case. Is that right, Dan? So after the lot split, you have the corner empty lot, and then you're going to determine what's buildable there?
Madam Chair, if I may, through you.
Please.
The old proposal is capable of meeting the definition of the cottage building type or the house building type. The dimensions for the width and depth of that building better meet the cottage. The height of the building is from the old plan set is a 2.5-story structure. That's better meets the house building type. If you were to approve a variance to build either one of those, it would still have to comply with all of the setbacks, which you'll notice that old plan still has a 20-foot rear setback, which is required by the ordinance.
Right.
The side setback facing Morrison is actually a secondary front setback under the new zoning ordinance. It would need to be increased by 1 foot. So that's what I was highlighting with there's slight adjustments to this.
But it seemed like sorry, Dan, the new massing or volume would likely be smaller.
It fits within the dimension. Her old plan fits within the dimensions for a cottage. If you look at the width and depth of the house, so I don't think anything larger than that is intended. But we could easily write a condition to approve a cottage or a house with those same dimensions, or no bigger width and depth than what a cottage has. The existing building on that lot is a cottage because it does not have a full half story. So that's the slight difference. But this size-wise, both of the buildings would fit the intent of a cottage under the new code.
I see. I mean, so for me, you know, if we had approved that before, and the massing volume, you know, the street experience remains the same, then I don't see how this new lot split would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood or any different than what we approved. And if that's not the case, then I'd love to hear from you, Dan, or other board members.
Any on the board have something to say? Elaine, Danielle, she's checking in. Hi, Danielle.
Hi. So what is the minimum lot size for this zone now? And what is the lot size of this building or this site? Does that say it on the plan?
It's
I
proposed to
can't
be,
read that small.
By 60.
through the chair, it's proposed to be 60 feet deep, so that both new lots, both resulting lots from the split would be 60 feet deep. 70 feet is required for a cottage, 80 feet is required for a house.
Oh, we don't have a square footage anymore?
No, width
Oh.
and depth.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. You kept saying undersized, so you don't mean, you mean undersized by the depth?
Depth,
Not
yes,
by-
this is off by depth.
Okay.
Let it go, Joe.
There's no minimum lot size at all.
No,
Okay.
not in a square footage or area
It's
measurement.
okay. Yep. I'm sorry.
The only thing that I'm having a hard time getting over is like the self-imposed hardship, or like you create the need of a variance yourself. So creating the undersized lot creates the need for a variance to put the house on it.
If I may, I don't know if it's my place to suggest this, but because of, I tried to detail everything that we could uncover about the platting pattern and development of this area in the staff memo.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how the lot is oriented versus the building's orientation, the applicant has severe limitations on how much the house could be expanded or even adjusted to meet her needs, and that's half the reason that she pursued a second building on her lot in the first place. So that combination of factors could be interpreted to create a hardship. If I were to summarize what I think we're seeing is one of the lots that typically was on the corner, that there was an era in Somerville where people came in and cut those lots up and built two smaller houses, and it looks like this one never finished that job and was left in this kind of halfway done condition, which that itself might be interpreted to be a unique condition, but also it's entirely different than the standard platting pattern that was first established when this area was first built, of narrow lots and the building always facing the narrow lot. It was a second wave of development came in and cut some of those lots up and added smaller buildings, frequently facing the other street.
And this is all because of a way to do the financing.
Right.
I can't speak to the second finding about hardship, financial or otherwise, personally. But yes, essentially the development project could not be completed for financial reasons under the old proposal, and this, by the sheer fact of creating a second property with a separate deed, alleviates that situation.
I mean, not to get into the details of how to do the financing, I don't think that's my place, but quick Zillow search shows that the property is worth $1 million more than when it last sold. I don't understand, equity, I don't know. I mean, I just feel like creating a permanently non-conforming lot forever, which also would impact the other properties, like ability to, make changes because of setbacks and so forth. I don't know. I just don't know if that's a valid reason to create two non-conforming lots, or would they'd both be non-conforming, right?
Yeah.
The existing lot is technically already non-conforming, so it'd be maintaining its status. The new lot that's being created would be non-conforming as a new non-conformity.
Because of the depth.
Right.
Correct.
So if somebody comes down the road now and they want to build on that, will they be looking for a variance? Because it's a 50 by 60 lot, and depending on what they build on the lot.
Well, it's already there.
Right, so the existing 9 Clifton Street house would remain, or cottage would remain on it.
Yes.
And then
All right, I
we
got confused.
anticipate that the new lot created would be 11 Clifton Street, so I can reference it in that way, but 11 Clifton Street would get a new cottage or house built on it as a result of this.
9 and 11. Okay. Danielle, you done?
Yeah, this is a really tough one for me
Yeah.
because.
Okay. Well, let's listen.
How to,
Yeah. I know what you're saying. So just chill out for a minute. I want to hear from Josh and Elaine. Josh?
I'm not sure yet, Madam Chair.
Okay. Elaine?
Oh, I was thinking we voted for this more a year ago or so.
Right.
So it's the same proposal. It's just now the zoning has changed. And I think she wanted to age in place and build a smaller cottage before. I did not get a chance to look up the old records.
I didn't either.
To take a look. So it's the only thing that has changed is the zoning. The whole proposal is still the same. She's going to sell off the house that she lives in now. And I think that was always the plan, and build the smaller cottage next door so that she could age in place. I guess what I'm thinking, and I don't know that this is anything that I should be thinking about, is presently the applicant is living in the house that's already there. So why not age in place at that house?
Deanna, the applicant, can you answer that?
Apologies, Madam Chair. There had been background noise. I've muted the applicant. She's unmuted.
Hi, I'm here. The existing house was built in 1895, and so it's not really constructed for a single level. It's a 2-level house, and it's old, and there's a lot of upkeep, and it has a large yard that is, when I was younger, I could handle it, but I can't anymore. So the new house has a proposal, even though it's 2 floors, it's a proposed residential lift so that, I'm 72 now. Hopefully I'll be able to walk upstairs for a while longer, but at some point I may not be able to. So there's a lot of things like a sloped walkway to get into the house in case there's a wheelchair. There's a residential lift in case I need to get upstairs to the bedroom. There's, it's built with materials that I won't be allergic to. There won't be the same kind of dust problems, which I'm very allergic to now. And so it's just, it means that I would have a place to live that I could manage and that I could get around in, and that, I could just live out my years in comfort, as opposed to the one that exists now, which is high maintenance and not architecturally appropriate to age in, basically.
Okay, thank you. Elaine, does that answer your question?
It does, and I think it sounds quite appropriate. I find myself almost in the same position. And it will keep a resident here who, from some of the letters that I read, has had wonderful gardens there and landscaping over the years. And I can relate to that. I now garden on my desk chair where I can lower it and, go around the yard on my wheels of my desk chair. So I understand the upkeep and gardening issue. Whereas many years she was very much into that, and I saw that large area on the corner there of Clifton and Morrison. And so it sounds like after her explanation, it's a good way for aging in place. And I understand her explanation.
Thank you. Anne? Anne, do you have some comments?
No, I'm not opposed.
Okay.
I think the cottage was small and it's modest and it's going to remain so. I'm looking at the setbacks, it's going to respect the same setbacks, new setbacks. So I'm okay with that. And,
Okay.
it is an extra large lot. And if you look at go to Google Maps and look at the other parcels in the area, the new split lot is more similar to all the ones on Morrison Ave, and yet would still comply to the setbacks. So I don't have a issue with it.
Okay, thank you. Now, a question I have that Mr. Snelling's brought forward is we don't have the conditions in front of us that were set up for the first approval. Do you have that, Dan? Dan?
Sorry, I'm here. I was muted and talking at the same time. So the specific reference, I actually spoke to the neighbor that brought this up. One of the issues at hand specifically was that the original proposal was to maintain the existing structure at one unit, one dwelling unit only, and the new structure at one dwelling unit only. Technically in the NR district, you're allowed to produce more than one dwelling unit, depending on your building type. So they want to maintain the original scope of that proposal,
Yes.
which I have written a draft condition for. I did review the old decision letter. That the majority of the conditions, I would say all of them, were actually restatements of other policy and things that we've talked to your board about that we're not putting in conditions anymore.
Right.
But and then if you'll accept it, I can speak to some of the other comment letters that we received specifically related to trees and the fencing and things like that, if it would
All
be
right.
helpful.
I think it would, and then we can go back to Josh, see what he has to say. Please do.
So to just clear the record, the original proposal from that was previously approved was to build 2 buildings on 1 lot. And the new proposal is to build 1 building on 2, or 1 building, split the lot into 2 and build a building on each lot. It's the same proposal, there's just an added property line. That came up multiple times in the public feedback. Any of the trees that are on the lot now are subject to the city's tree protection ordinance that was also passed last year. So they have to, the applicant has to follow all of those standards, and if any of them are considered significant, there's a process for actually removing them, which would address the public feedback related to existing trees. I put in the purpose statements of the zoning district into the staff memo, which one member of the public interpreted saw a reference to the arts and creative enterprise uses that's in that purpose statement and thought that she was proposing any use other than residential. That's not true. Related to trees, and they're new trees planted within a certain distance of the fencing. We've drafted a condition that would require them to or require the applicant to consult with the Director of Public Space and Urban Forestry, which is where all of our city arborists and landscape architects are employed, to make sure that that any new tree species is planted at a distance from any new fence that would allow that tree to grow to maturity without disrupting the fence. And I already spoke about the controlling any new building and the existing building to only being one dwelling unit, which we have also written a condition for. And I believe that that addresses all of the issues that were brought up in the written comments.
Okay, thank you. Josh, have you had some time to think about what you want to say or comments? Or are you happy with this? Josh, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't, okay. I thought I could mute and unmute my phone, but I guess not. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with it.
Okay. All right. Danielle, you okay with this after these explanations?
I had to call in. I missed a lot of the audio. I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Okay.
I missed too much of it. I had to call in. It was all breaking up. I couldn't hear Elaine.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear half of what Dan said. I'm just going to abstain.
All right.
It seems that you don't need my vote for this anyways, so.
Okay, I understand.
Didn't
So,
get the whole thing.
can I just see, everybody else okay to go forward with this? Ann, Elaine, good, okay. So Danielle, would you please still though make the motion for the approval of the, so we have two variances. One for the building type and one for the splitting of the lot.
Okay. In the matter of 9 Clifton Street, I make a motion to grant the variance to split the existing lot into 2 to create a non-conforming lot.
May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Elaine Severino. So in the matter of 9 Clifton, first variance, splitting the lot, please say aye or nay. Elaine Severino.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. And let the record show that Danielle Evans has abstained. Second motion, please, on the second variance.
In the matter of 9 Clifton Street, I make a motion to approve the variance request to allow for the construction of a permitted building type on the resulting non-conforming vacant lot.
Second, please.
Second.
Elaine Severino. Again, the matter of 9 Clifton, the second variance of the building on the lot, what's allowed. Please say aye. Elaine.
Aye.
Ann Brockelman.
Aye.
Josh Safdie.
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. And Danielle Evans abstains. Let the record show. Carried, we had our 4 votes for a quorum. They're both approved. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
So next on our agenda is, let me see, let's see, done, is 200 North Street.
Madam Chair, this is also a new case that will need to be opened.
Okay. Danielle, would you open it for us, please?
Yep, I just had to turn on the other monitor.
Yeah, take your time.
200 North Street, applicant and owner LaCourte Foundation LLC, care of Moab Riscala, seeks a revision to condition number 1 of the previously granted special permit ZBA 2017-125.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, the applicant is here and is unmuted.
Okay.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. My name is Moab Riscala, and I represent LaCourte Foundation LLC, which, as already described, seeks a revision of the previously granted special permit, ZBA 2017-125. In 2017, LaCourte applied for a special permit to modify the existing structure at 200 North Street, which was non-conforming to front and right side yard setbacks, landscaped area, pervious area, minimum lot area, and minimum lot area per dwelling unit. The special permit was approved and permitted the applicant to extend a portion of the building within the front and right side setbacks upward to create a second story. And the special permit was issued March 7th, 2017. The modifications that have been requested today really only relate to the nonconformity in the front and right side yard setbacks. Specifically, those nonconforming matters become less nonconforming. And what I'd like to do is show you, I'd like to share the screen if I could. Share my screen if I could.
Yes. This is Charlotte speaking. Give me one moment to give you that ability. Okay, you can share your screen.
Okay, so show my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Very good. So do you see the before and after pictures here?
Yes.
Okay. So I think I know you've probably seen this building in the past. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Danielle walks by this as she's described in the past, that she walks by this basically every day, and I'm sure she's seen the changes on this building. So previously, the history of this building was it was a commercial building. It was previously a bakery, and then it was converted into a 4-unit residential building. And it's non-conforming in so many ways, which is something that I tend to acquire and then I adaptively reuse repeatedly in my development strategies. Looking at this, it's non-conforming obviously it's the fact that it's basically it's built right on the lot line on 2 sides. And all the windows don't really make sense for residential, et cetera, et cetera. So you're looking at the afters and you see there's a significant change here. What I'd like to bring to your attention is, and I'm going to blow this up a bit, is these columns. Prior to starting the work, we did not know that behind this stucco, we would find this brickwork. And so when we started to uncover these surfaces and discovered this brickwork, a decision was made that we were going to sacrifice some internal space and set back inside these columns and lose internal space, but create basically architectural relief and interest in the building. Now the brick, in order to uncover it, it was actually a painstaking process to chip off what was actually pretty well installed stucco. Too well installed, perhaps. And so, in order to remove that stucco and do a nice job, we actually had to replace some of the brick. And in replacing some of the brick, there were some mismatches, and so we decided that we would basically whitewash the brick. I hope you like what you're looking at. And I have to tell you, when we do this kind of design work and we've been approved by the through a special permit of the zoning board, I think of you guys every time we make a change, because I think to myself, I would love for them to look at this building and say, we went above and beyond. That's what we try to do in all of our projects. So as you look at this, let's compare this to the original plan. The original plan, looking at the Hamilton Street side, the original design compared to the amended design. The original design simply had clapboard going from the second story down to the sidewalk. When we uncovered all of the stucco, we found we had good sound foundation wall, and we were able to take advantage of some of those lines and brickwork that we just felt it would be, well, I might say it would be some kind of an architectural sin to cover that with clapboard, even though it would have been much cheaper and easier to do it with clapboard. And then when we figured out structurally what we had to work with, we felt that the original design and window sizes and dimensions and irregularities really could be improved. And so we did that. So basically what you're looking at here is essentially the same building with areas between the columns that we discovered that we set back, lost floor area in doing so, but actually became more conforming or less non-conforming because we're moving away from the street. And the beauty of that is that it creates sidewalk interest and depth. I don't feel like I need to go through the entire set of plans, but I will just point out a few things that are very relevant to the staff report. Specifically, the staff report indicates that really everything we did was in keeping with the spirit of the original approval. Was in keeping with the spirit of the original approval, and the staff report, however, critiqued this area of the project where we had previously just had 4 AZEK panels, which were, I can honestly tell you, in the original design, I didn't really love it, but we didn't know what else to do there to make it interesting. But then when we found these architectural columns, and we found that there were some features that would provide guidance and balance to the building, we went for it. And we said, what we're going to do is we can't put real windows there because basically behind those windows are the surrounds of bathtubs. It's a bathroom, and the bathtub is up against that outside wall. So we couldn't put real windows there, and those original AZEK rectangles really were going to look kind of strange in place. And so even though they would have been very easy to build, we decided to take this to a higher level of craftsmanship. And we basically mocked up and mimicked the windows below, and we put them in above. Now, this picture does not really capture the experience on the street. Pictures often, leave your pimples more exposed, so to speak. But if you were driving down the street, and I hope you did, I hope you actually went by this building. If you were driving down the street, you would have noticed those windows up top. What you would feel is that there are windows up top, but you wouldn't look closely at them and determine that, those are fake windows. And the reason I think that's true is because we did a great job with them. And we used just the right color of paint so that driving by, you wouldn't feel there was anything different there. We used semi-gloss paint so that they did not reflect back intensely with the gloss, but they reflected back to some degree as if they were real windows. And so what I'm trying to express here is that there was a great thoughtfulness in what we did. And then we also put corbels at the top to really try to bring out some of the architecture of the building. Again, I don't feel like I need to belabor the point. I think you probably looked at the project amended plans. But before I pause at this point, I do know that I would like to say that everyone on the street, on North Street or on the side street, Hamilton Street, love this building, and they love what we did, and they found us to be very respectful as construction workers and as developers. And I know that there are people on the phone that would indicate that, and I know that you've had correspondence by email that would indicate that. But I also know that one of the members would like to speak tonight, one of the neighbors, and you have that neighbor right here, and he's the closest neighbor to the project. He is on the phone, but not by computer, and he doesn't know how to speak into this meeting. So if someone could give guidance on that, that would be appreciated. And at this point, I will pause for any questions you might have.
Okay, Charlotte, before we go into the public portion and the board gets to speak, did you want to cover some of the correspondence we heard that we received?
Yes.
I know I have a pile of stuff here.
Yeah, I'm happy to read their names and addresses. It'll be like with 9 Clifton, a minute or two of me speaking. So we have received written public comment from Meredith Porter at 104 Josephine Ave. And again, I apologize if I butcher anyone's name. Medea Tilchin at 301 Lowell Street, Ward 7 Councilor Katiana Valentine, George Hudgens at 198 North Street, Allison McEntire in Davis Square, Alan Moore at 23 Cherry Street, Tristan Harward at 46 Josephine Ave, Liz Cleveland in Ward 6, Jim McGinnis at 26 Bow Street, Amy Slaughter at 73 Josephine Ave, Ulysses Latiner at 15 Chandler Street, Jonathan Wolf at 22 Billingham, Fane Hale at part of the LaCourte Tenants Union, Leah Smith at 6 Bailey Street, Nicholas Water in Ward 2, Nate Krinsky at 23 Harold Street, Garrett Chani in Ward 5, Hugh Lippincott at 32 Curtis Street, Shane Woolley at 23 Harold Street, Counselor at Large Bill White, and Counselor at Large Wilfred Mumbaugh. So all of their all of their emails to planning at have been received and are part of the public record.
Okay, and I do want to say, I'm going to open this up to the public and give everybody a couple of minutes, but all of those people writing in, some were pro and some were con, just for the record. And you all should have, when I say you all, the board should have your emails that you can see that. And so without further ado, I'd like to open it up to the public. And is Counselor Ballantyne in presence?
Counselor Ballantyne is here, and I believe she would like to speak first. I have unmuted her. Counselor Ballantyne, you're unmuted.
Good evening.
Good evening. Actually, I had wanted to hear the comments of the abutters, but I'm happy to speak. Good evening, Honorable Board. I will, my apologies if you could just bear with me.
Counselor Ballantyne, if you would like to speak last, we can come back to you, I believe.
Thank you. I just had a little, thank you, because I just have difficulty opening up a couple of my files. I'm sorry, I've been having some technical difficulties this evening. So may I go a little bit later? Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Charlotte.
Charlotte, there is a butter who wants to speak, but he's by phone. He doesn't know how to raise his hand.
Duly noted. Is this what you said right next to you? So 198 North Street. Is this George Hudgens?
No, this is
someone else. Okay.
This is Frederick Marsden.
Okay.
He lives in that same building.
I briefly, we've received a lot of comments, and I want to address some of those comments. I want to, before we start taking public comment, I want to remind everyone here what is and is not within the purview of the ZBA. So the ZBA can only consider the facts of the specific case before the board. In this case, it is a revision to a special permit that was granted under the previous zoning ordinance. The previous zoning ordinance laid out specific requirements addressing what the ZBA can and cannot consider when deciding to approve or deny a revision like this. An applicant can request a revision at any time prior to the certificate of occupancy being issued. And when the revision is requested, the ZBA is limited to reviewing only what is changing about the project. If there were any findings that were required by the original approval that are affected or nulled by the revision request, the ZBA needs to make new findings on those topics, and that has been addressed in the staff report. The question before the ZBA is not whether the proposed revision is better or worse than the original approval, but does the proposed revision meet the requirements for approval? The fact that the applicant is requesting approval of changes that they have already made is not within the purview of the ZBA. Enforcement of the zoning ordinance, including fines for non-compliance, is the sole jurisdiction of the superintendent of inspectional services and is not relevant to the board's ZBA or to the ZBA's decision. So I just want to make that clear for anyone who is wishing to speak, and we will start going through the people who have raised their hands. First up is Aji Samsu. Aji, you are unmuted.
Thanks. Yeah, my name is Aji Samsu. I'm a tenant of LaCourte Realty living on Whipple Street near Davis. I took the time to read the October 21 analysis of this case from planning and zoning staff, and I just wanted to highlight the following, and it's kind of a couple of facts about the timeline that has gone down here. It appears the applicant made significant changes to the building after starting construction without notifying or receiving the required approval from either ZBA or ISD. I understand this is something that was just mentioned about what is within the purview of this meeting, but I feel that it's an important consideration regardless. A complaint was filed in July and confirmed on inspection 2 days later, and only after receiving the violation notice in August did the applicant submit the request for approval of design changes. And even then, the application was for de minimis changes, and these changes are certainly not minimal when compared to the initial plan. I think what I see here is an important opportunity to set a precedent. There's a developer that has willfully violated an approved plan and then asked for forgiveness only after being called out on it. It's tempting to say that it's just about windows and whether we visually like the building, but I want the board to do its best to avoid setting the precedent for the next developer to ask for its own special exemption to the law. I understand the limitations of the power of tonight's meeting, but we should make it clear today and over the coming years that development in this city is going to be genuinely regulated by the zoning ordinance in order to fulfill the intentions of community building and economic development that are set out in the first provisions. Plenty of folks have come through this meeting in the right way, asking in advance for the board to grant privileges like this. The developer in this case did not give you that courtesy until it was issued a violation notice. And in that, I see a really important distinction. I just urge the board tonight to know that the public wants you to stand strong on this issue, do what you can, and enforce that this developer give you what they originally promised or face the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I know it is 8:40. Do you want a timer for members of the public, or no? If you would, I can set one up. Okay.
Yes.
Give me 1 moment to share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Next speaker is Eliza Arts. Eliza, you have 2 minutes. Oh, apologies. Eliza, you are unmuted.
Hello. Eliza? We're having a problem here, Houston.
Eliza, you need to unmute yourself if you would wish to speak.
Okay.
There we go.
Now I think I'm good. Yes?
Yes.
Good.
Okay. My name is Eliza Arts. I live at 104 Josephine Avenue, and I have been paying attention to this project since way before the pandemic started. So that's been a really long time. I've helped to arrange schedules so that that people could attend the meetings about this in 2017 and 2018. I've helped to edit a number of emails asking for information about this, most of which, by the way, were not responded to. I've also edited emails giving information about the building, and have read through a lot of transcripts of meetings. And I have to say that I'm not a detail person, so I can't quote you, chapter and verse about what is or what isn't. But I am a person who understands about fairness. And I know that we have a procedure, which we've just spent the last almost 3 hours at, for figuring out how to make things be appropriate for community standards. And sometimes, as we've also seen tonight, somebody has a plan and the plan has to change, and there's a procedure for that too. So that can happen if changes need to happen. I feel very strongly that none of this happened. I think that in addition to what we've seen from the front of the building, there are things in the back of the building that look different. I suspect also there may be some things inside the building that look different. It's convenient to just let it go because that's certainly much easier for people. And I am hoping that the ZBA will reject this because this is not a time to let things go, and it is a time, especially on the national stage, as well as the local stage, to be fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perfect timing.
Aliza, for the record, can you quickly state your name before I unmute you? And Audrey, I'm going to come back to you too.
Yes, Aliza Arzt.
Sorry, can you state your address? My mistake.
104 Josephine Avenue.
Thank you. And Audrey, you are unmuted. Can you state your address?
Yep, this is Aji Samsu, 10 Whipple Street.
Great, thank you so much. Next member of the public is Frederick Marsden. Frederick, you are unmuted. You'll need to unmute yourself as well, and you have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Hello.
So, Frederick, if the microphone is red, it means we cannot hear you. You'll need to change it to green, but we can come back to you. For all members of the public, if the microphone is red, it means we can't hear you. If you click on it, it will change it to green after I've said that we've unmuted you. Next is Garrett Laws. Please state your name and record for the address. Sorry,
what happened to Morrison? Charlotte? Charlotte?
Yes, Madam Chair.
What happened to Morrison?
He had issues unmuting himself, but we can come back to him. We can go in any order.
I just wanted to get
time to look things around.
All right, so who's next?
Garrett Laws, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Garrett Laws, 22 Cherry Street. There are indeed procedures set in place for all of these components, and they are routinely dismissed, sidestepped, broken, what have you, by this developer. And there are constant and numerous other projects that this is happening on. That being said, I would request that this gets continued until somebody from planning can actually comment on whether or not the correct procedures were followed for any changes to be ruled as de minimis or not prior to the ZBA making any rulings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I can address procedural questions if you would like.
Sure, might as well take care of it right now.
So the procedure for requesting a change is at any time. So to preface this, I'm addressing only the procedure under the old code. But the procedure is at any time after the special permit has been issued and before the certificate of occupancy has been granted for a project, an applicant can request changes to that approval. Those changes can either be de minimis changes, which are approved by staff if they meet all 4 very specific criteria that were laid out in the zoning ordinance, or if staff determines that any one of those 4 criteria is not met, those changes are considered larger changes that need to come back to the board for approval. That is what happened here. The applicant has not yet received a certificate of occupancy, and so is within their rights to request changes to the original approval from the board. Garrett, does that answer your question? You're unmuted.
Sorry, understood. It answers that specific finite question, but as anyone familiar with this is aware, there are multiple things that have changed in addition to what's being discussed at this moment.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Camila Anderson. Camila, you are unmuted and can speak at any time.
Hi, my name is Camilla Anderson. I live at 142 North. I walk by that building at least twice a day. And to be honest, the old structure was just an eyesore. I think that the developer has done a great job making the building what it is from what I've seen him showing of what the plans were before. And, you know, what he said about not knowing what is underneath the stucco. I think that the columns add a very nice architectural character to the building. I wouldn't want to see the building be any different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kimberly Warset. Kimberly, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello, thanks for holding this hearing. My name is Kimberly Warset and I live at 118 Morrison Avenue and have been a Somerville resident for about a decade. I ask that you reject approval of what the LaCourte project has built. What was built, what does not align with what was proposed. Approving it sets a dangerous precedent that developers in our community are above the law and can tell the city they are doing one thing while in fact doing another. This shows disregard for our city, our zoning board, and due process. If you accept anything that this developer does, I ask that you require that at least one unit be permanently affordable at the Tier 1 level. I understand this is within the ZBA's jurisdiction. Please require that all developers follow guidelines as they're set forth and send a strong message that you will stand by those tenets by rejecting the sneaky request for approval. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may also correct or comment on this comment.
Yes.
So because this project did not trigger the inclusionary zoning ordinance under the old code and no inclusionary units have been provided, the only thing within the ZBA's purview is the revision request. The ZBA cannot, at this point in time, require a Tier 1 affordable unit under the new zoning in exchange for approving this revision request. The revision has to be decided on its own details and merits, not on requirements of the new code. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Charlotte, for explaining that.
Of course. Next up, Frederick Marston. Frederick, if you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
He is still. Oh. Frederick, can you unmute yourself? We can come back to him again. Frederick, I will leave you unmuted. So if you can figure out how to unmute yourself, just remute yourself until we come back to you. Next up is Lori Segal. Lori, you are unmuted.
This is Lori Siegel, 25 Cherry Street. I want to echo what the other folks have said, that I think this sets a very dangerous precedent by allowing developers to submit plans for one thing and then just do something else and ask for approval retroactively. I think people spend the staff has spent a lot of time working out conditions for a property. If a developer finds something underneath the stucco, they can ask for a revision at that point. It doesn't seem to. I think the building looks very nice. That's not the issue. I just think the precedent that we're setting here is allowing developers to just do whatever they want, and it's like don't ask for permission, ask for forgiveness after the fact. So I think a lot of folks are watching this, and we're hoping that you're paying attention to these voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siegel.
Next up is Meredith Porter. Meredith Porter, you are unmuted.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Meredith Porter, 104 Josephine Ave. I've been deeply concerned about the cost of housing in Somerville for decades now, with housing prices soaring. In recent years, I've been dedicating much of my energy to affordable housing and good development. A number of LaCourte projects have been deeply troubling, and this is just one of several with similar issues which are pending. Their 21 Cherry Street project is listed for your next hearing. I've been closely following this case since it first came before the ZBA, and I have many concerns about the project. I've been very troubled by the differences between what was approved and what was built at this site. I sent a complaint about those differences to the ISD director and discussed this with the director and inspector in mid-January. I was told then that the developer was asked to file for de minimis determination. I continued to follow up and ask questions about the status and was told that the situation was being closely monitored. Despite objections, the developer proceeded to build something quite different from what was approved at this site. Now at the end of construction, only after they discovered they couldn't get away without it, the developer is coming back before the ZBA to ask for approval of the changes in what they've built. This violates the entire process. Their main justification for this is that in their opinion, the end product is better. That's debatable. And if so, why didn't they ask earlier? They will probably be able to get more rent for the units. Some of their claims appear to be untrue or misleading. Windows and an exterior door have been removed. Their new proposed plans aren't even exactly what has been built. And basement rooms labeled as storage may in the end be used as bedrooms. Enough is enough. There's got to be a limit. The ZBA must deny this request, and the developer must face the consequences of having not built what was approved. Low-income people were able to live here before this developer came in. Now all of the units are too expensive for even moderate-income people to afford. Before the project was approved, I asked the ZBA to require that at least one of the units be affordable, noting that while that wasn't required by the zoning ordinance, my understanding from a conversation with Planning Director George Coates at the time was that it was within the discretion of the ZBA to add such a condition. If the ZBA ultimately allows any change at all from what was approved originally, it should absolutely require that one of the units be affordable at the tier 1 level. I do have some specific comments on particular architectural features. I don't know if there's time to just mention those briefly. I can try to do that real quickly. I'll just say the plans approved by the ZBA originally showed 2 2-bedroom apartments and 2 3-bedroom apartments. The staff report reflected 3 3-bedroom apartments, 1 2-bedroom apartment. In the permit set that was filed with ISD, the applicant altered the plans to agree with that. The room that was shown as a study on the ZBA plans was labeled as a bedroom on the permit set. On this amended set, I see that there are 2-bedroom apartments and 2 3-bedroom apartments, as in the original ZBA set. Does the developer intend to abide by that? It's notable that the amended floor plans aren't marked as built. You can see small differences looking in from the sidewalk on North Street, and I'm sure an interior inspection would reveal more significant ones. There's a plan marked as built on the 21 Cherry Street case that you'll be hearing soon, but I understand that even that plan isn't accurate. If you can think back a couple of years, you might recall that Mr. Safdie pointed out that window wells required for a second means of egress from the basement bedrooms weren't on the original plans for this project. That was corrected in response to his request. However, now 3 new window wells, not suitable as a means of egress, have been added outside basement rooms labeled as storage. And I understand that they're outfitted in such a way
Madam Chair,
that they
we are
might be
long-
used as bedrooms
It's
where
okay.
long beyond the 2 minutes.
baseboard
Okay.
heat and hardwood floors.
Can we
That's
please
why I have to
enforce
say
the time
goodbye.
limit?
Hello?
Please.
I'm done.
Okay. Next speaker is Nicholas Spinoza. Nicholas, you are unmuted.
Good evening, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Nick Spinoza. I live at 40 Hamilton Street in Medford. This area and its development is very important to me. My grandparents own and live here and still do today. I'm on both sides. My parents grew up here. I grew up here. I'm now here back as a homeowner here. And over the years, I've seen many projects come through, some positive and some negative, and I honestly do think this project on a whole is a positive one. And I think the positive go beyond the obvious transformation of the property, which clearly from the pictures is night and day. Both my wife and I have had the opportunity to speak with the builder. When we're out and about, he always stops to speak with us. And we're very pleased and impressed with the progress of the project, and with the builder's attention to detail and his overall desire to make sure that that final product will be something that everybody in the neighborhood would be happy to see every day, which I think he's expressed that in the beginning as well. We've all seen projects happen where they may clean up the property, but overall they lack a certain level of craftsmanship. They kind of fall flat. I think all his choices, focus on making sure that the property is something to be admired for a long time. And I think that's what we want when somebody's coming and investing in our neighborhood. We want someone making decisions for the overall betterment rather than what's quick and easy. And I don't think quick and easy is necessarily what we have here. I can speak for myself and I can speak for my wife in saying that we're very happy with what we've seen so far. And we think that the revision should be approved.
Thank you.
And I'll give some time back.
Thank you. Okay, next up is Alan Moore.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Moore.
Okay. Yeah, this is Alan Moore, 23 Cherry Street in Somerville, where I've lived for 25 years. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll start off with my request, and that is that you deny this application. It's an example of the huge problems we have in the city with enforcement and transparency, with zoning and variances and special permits and enforcing the building code. And we have to fix this. Myself and some neighbors had a meeting with the mayor a few months ago, and he was committed to have the administration do a better job of enforcing permits and rules, such that people who, like neighbors, who get and spend a lot of time coming to compromises on a development, that then the development has to be built as it was planned. Some developers are getting away with this by threats of lawsuits, lies, and other misrepresentations, both to the city and neighbors. After a plan is agreed to, it must be built, and all these rules have to be enforced. So I hope you will take the opportunity here to do the right thing and deny these changes. What's the point of negotiating and coming to an agreement on a special permit if it can just be changed so easily by simply the developer building something and then asking for it to be changed after it's built? It would serve no purpose if that's the system we have. So please improve the situation here and start denying these types of requests. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The last person who has their hand raised is Frederick Marston, but it seems like he has logged off.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to Counselor Ballantyne.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Dear Honorable Board, so as you saw, I have written some comments, but for people who are in the audience, I will just read my written requests. So in 2018, this project was permitted and it was proposed, at least from the drawings that I've seen, as 11 bedrooms among 4 units requesting parking relief for 2 spots and height for an additional story. The revised project you have before you is now 10 bedrooms among 4 units. Unit green has reduced from 3 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms, and there's no change request for parking. As such, here are my comments regarding the project. The planning department's memo, point number 4, regarding site and area compatibility, which says that the applicant has to ensure that the project is designed in a manner that is compatible for the characteristics of the built and unbuilt surrounding area, including land uses. Since we are allowed to comment on architectural features and its rationale for change, I will respectfully disagree with the proposed change on the level 1. The compatibility of the neighborhood would be better suited for the original exterior design using building materials of wood clapboard siding. The brick column is just that, it's a brick column. And then I would like to add that I disrespectfully disagree with the proposed change of a false window. Again, you don't see any false windows up and down North Street or any of the other side streets in the residential units. So if we're using the criteria of what the compatibility of the neighborhood would be better suited for, it would be the original design for 4 windows. And then there has been, my last point is there has been concern that the basement storage may be turned into bedrooms, and that was also brought up at the community meeting. Therefore, I would request that a condition be added that states there should be 2 bedrooms in the basement, which was part of the original proposal, and that the 4 storage rooms cannot be used as bedrooms. And for the audience who's listening, going forward, I, along with my fellow colleagues, are working with ISD, and ISD is working to try to develop systems to better manage the permitting and the oversight enforcement of conditions. And I wholeheartedly understand and realize it's discouraging to have a construction and design change without consulting neighbors, certainly the ward councilor, because this creates an aura of mistrust. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Ballantyne. Nice to hear you. I also want to just mention, piggyback here, I did get with your correspondence here from Bill White, and we also heard, well, I think oh goodness, Charlotte mentioned about Moba. He also weighed in. He's our ultimate, our counselor at large as well. And I know Mary Jo Rossetti also had some great concerns from some of her constituents. So that's it on the public portion. Charlotte?
Madam Chair, at this time, I do not see anyone else indicating that they wish to speak.
Okay. All righty. So I'd like to close that portion and open it up to the board. What's in front of us tonight is that the party went forward and made changes and didn't get any approvals. And I have a question of staff. If we turn around and deny all, what's going on here, does it come back to you and do you approve the de minimis? And then they have to come back about the ones that were major? Is that what happens?
So if you deny this request,
Yes.
the applicant will be required to build according to the original plans. I don't think the planning director's determination that these changes are not de minimis would change if the applicant were to request one revision at a time or one modification at a time. I think it would pretty clearly, if the applicant were to request any future changes, it would also very, very, very likely come back to the board for your review and approval.
Or it would come back to us.
Yes.
Right. But right now, tonight in front of us is that, do we accept all these changes and it's as is, or do we say no? If we say no, the applicant walks away and he has to readdress what he's done and how he's going to go forward. And what happens when we say no to all the violations? Are there fines accrued against this?
So my understanding, and this is from a non-ISD person, so they might correct me, but my understanding is that when ISD issues a violation letter, if the person that the violation letter is issued to quickly moves to address the concern. So in this original violation letter, the applicant was told either apply to the ZBA to address these or build what was proposed. And since they, in a timely manner, moved to try to address these changes before, first through de minimis changes and then through the coming to the ZBA, no fines were levied on this project. If the board denied this change and the applicant did not then take the other path of building what was originally approved, it is my belief that ISD would impose fines.
Okay. All right. I just want us to all understand, where we're at tonight and how we go forward. If it's something that we want to think about or reconsider, if we're ready to go forward. So I'll start with anybody here want to comment, raise your hand, please. Josh, Danielle, and then Ian. Go ahead, Josh.
This is a question for staff. I wonder if Charlotte or anybody else could speak to what Councilor Ballantyne said about the potential change to the number of bedrooms and whether it would have resulted in the change of parking. That's not addressed in the ISD violation letter, but it's of concern to me.
So the original approval was for, or in the original approval, the applicant was required to provide 8 spaces of parking and was only proposing to provide 6 spaces of parking. And so the board granted relief for 2 spaces of parking. Since the bedroom count can only have gone down, it definitely has not gone up. If the relief needed has changed, the applicant now needs less relief than they originally needed. And so no modifications to those findings are required because he would be requesting less relief than you originally approved. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It does. And so yes, it makes sense. And so it sounds like, well, we believe that the number of bedrooms has decreased, if anything.
If anything, the number of bedrooms has decreased based on the floor plans. And as this is a special permit, I believe once internal inspections can safely be conducted during COVID, internal inspections will happen. I just don't know if I don't believe they've happened at this point due to like health and staff constraints.
Right, but the building's unoccupied at the moment. Is that correct?
No. That is correct. It does not have a certificate of occupancy. So if it is occupied, it is occupied illegally, but I don't think it is occupied.
Right. So, Madam Chair, I had one other general comment, and I guess this is as much for the neighbors and the other residents who've spoken. You know, I hear what they're saying, and it always concerns me when the applicant comes back after the fact, sort of, you know, so to speak, gets caught and then has to come and ask for permission. I think what would be inappropriate is if this board factored in the cost or the difficulty of holding the project to the original design in making our decision tonight, right? But I think that, you know, the applicant, whether they were forced to do it because of a violation letter or not, the applicant, before the issue of a C of O, is coming to us, asking us to make changes to, you know, the record set for a special permit. The applicant started by asking the, you know, staff if they thought it was de minimis changes. Staff said no, it should go back to the board, and so it's in front of the board. And so, you know, I think that it's important, the broader concerns notwithstanding, and I can really, I understand the broader concerns that some of the residents have voiced, but it seems to me in this particular case, we have to respond to, you know, it shouldn't matter to us whether the work has already been done or whether these are just, you know, requests on paper from one drawing set to another. Obviously, the applicant has gone forward and he's been building at risk, so to speak, and if we decide we don't like the changes, he'll have to, you know, redo the work to bring it back. But I just think it's important that everyone understands that what's happening is within the parameters of the system, which is set up.
Thank you. Danielle?
I mean, I agree with Josh. We can't also, we also have to look at it like case by case. We can't kind of act with, you know, prejudice against, you know, what he may have done in other developments. I know that a lot of people don't like this developer, and that's because of Cherry Street and what happened there, and they're, you know, upset with that. Honestly, I mean, I don't like it when developers come and ask for things after the fact, but if he came before and asked for these changes, I would have no problems with them. I went by today, and I think it looks so much better than what was there before. I think that the new design is better than what was proposed. I don't actually like inoperable shutters. I don't like them at all. And I don't think that I've really commented too much on the design before because, you know, it's whatever people's taste is. I try not to, you know, critique it too much. But if it was to go back and build what was approved, I think that would be a real shame. I think the building looks actually really nice. The false windows, I didn't even realize they were false until I read in the report that they were. Being right on the lot line, there's a couple other buildings that are similar. They were previously commercial use that are now been converted to residences, and nobody keeps those windows open. They're right on the sidewalk. You can see right in, so people always have them closed. Like maybe not on the second floor, but you can't, the way that it's situated, you can't perceive that those windows are false. To the point where, I mean, I took pictures, I didn't even realize that they were not real windows. So, without seeing a rendering of what the architectural panels would look like, I'm not sure that those would be better. I mean, I don't have really strong feelings about the panels, but I mean, I still feel like you know, despite false windows not being a thing that gets approved a lot, even though I believe that we have in cases of dormers where there's a stair or a closet inside, that made a true window difficult architecturally, but from the exterior, for the sake of balance, I believe that we have approved false windows before. And again, I didn't even realize that they were fake when I saw them today. So,
May I comment, please?
it fooled me.
Who's speaking?
Mohab Riscala.
Well, we're deliberating right now. You have just a minute. Go ahead.
Two things. The neighbor that wanted to speak was not allowed to speak, but he would have said the exact same thing that Ms. Evans said. Secondly, I really need you guys to understand that this project, like a couple of other projects, have been caught in a massive time warp. We had a zoning change and we've had COVID. And while everyone's saying that I didn't do something ahead of time, you need to understand, I have reached out to all the different departments and I get no response for months at a time. So you really, when you see me caught in this kind of a problem, I need you to understand I've done my best in a period of time that has been awful in terms of communication. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that comment. Danielle, you want to finish up, hon? I'm sorry. Were you finished?
I just also regarding the basement. I believe that with the zoning changes that we don't have any say about what happens in basements anymore. For like floor area ratio, or if someone wants to put bedrooms down there, that's not. I thought the zoning changes changed that, and that it's, and now that we have isn't it one parking spot per unit, so it doesn't really matter how many bedrooms there are. So I'm not sure that the parking, I mean, the whole back of it's a parking lot. It's a huge parking lot, actually. There's tons of parking. So, I mean, I know it's not a popular decision to make, but I mean, I would be willing to, to approve these changes. I mean, I know that, not taking into account if this was any other developer, and if it had not been, done or for the approval after the fact, just approving it on paper, which I believe is what we're supposed to do, then I can't see how I couldn't approve this.
Approve them.
Madam
I have
Chair,
a question. Well, Danielle, yes?
if I may quickly clarify, while it is true that in the new code, the board or the number of bedrooms is not really within the board's purview, and there's only one parking space required per dwelling unit, this project and this revision are both evaluated under the old code, which I know it's been a year since you guys have really delved into, but because it is evaluated under the old code, the number of bedrooms and the number of bedrooms is within the board's purview, and it is more than one parking space required per unit rather than simply one parking space per unit.
Can I ask a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So if someone down the road wanted to add a bedroom to the basement, are you saying they can't because the original code had different parking requirements? Because I mean, my house was built in 1910, obviously under a different code. So if I wanted to add a bedroom to my house, are you saying I'm not bound by the current code? I'm not following.
This is actually, it's a more complicated question than it would seem at first blush. But essentially, because this, to limit it to just this project, because this project got an approval under the old code for very specific things like parking relief, which were tied to bedroom count, that means that the bedroom count matters for the relief granted under that special permit. So if a project down the street that has never had a special permit wants to add bedrooms to their basement under the current / new code, they would be permitted to, but because this project needed a special permit and relief under the old code, this project is, or revisions to this project are evaluated under the old code.
But for the record, Charlotte, because he has less bedrooms, he wouldn't require more parking anyway.
Correct.
So everything still falls in line with that, right?
Yes, with the current proposed or labeled number of bedrooms, he does not need more relief than he originally received. I think the comments that Councilor Ballantyne made were getting at making sure that the only bedrooms that are used are the ones that are labeled in the plans as bedrooms.
Okay, now I have a quick question before I move on to somebody else. I'm looking at the picture of the rear of the building with the window wells added. So what's going on down there? It's storage. It's what is it? What's going on down in the basement that we can just have 3 window wells as opposed to this? Because in the other one, there's the picture of the staircase. They're matching staircases on either side of the building. I guess the applicant can answer this for me.
Yes, those are non-code compliant window wells. They wouldn't meet basement bedroom egress code. However, they were existing. We found them existing as windows inside the wall structure. And so we felt that it made sense to open them up and get light down there just so it didn't feel dingy.
So, but it's just storage down there, right? The electrical room, the meters.
That is all storage.
Okay. What about like a laundry room or something like that? Is that going on down there?
Yes, there's laundry on the plan. Yes.
Okay.
I would point out.
These window. What?
I would point out, if you don't mind me commenting, I think Ms. Evans is actually spot on in terms of how the code actually applies. To the extent that I get a certificate of occupancy on this building with storage in the basement, that does not preclude me in the future from utilizing, after the certificate of occupancy of this building is established, from utilizing the existing code to apply for anything else on this building. This building does not get time capsuled in any way. But that does not change the fact that those windows in the basement are non-code compliant. You couldn't put a bedroom down there and get away with that.
No. Okay. Thank you. Ian Brockelman. Do you have any comments?
Yeah. Yes. I mean, I really do share the public's frustration with the process. I'm not as impressed with the design. I mean, I think there are many things that can be, as billed as an improvement or better quality. I think it's just different. I mean, the parts are articulated, many more shadows, which is very different from the simple unified ground floor, with a strong band above the first floor. So it's more of a mishmash of parts, and it's frankly a lot flashier. But again, that's a matter of taste. But I would take exception to the fact that it's improved. And shouldn't we all be happy that it's improved and looks fancier? So I really share everyone's frustration with this process. And I didn't quite get the conclusion of the fines, Madam Chair. You asked about fines, and there are none. I mean, this is hypothetical, right? It's
right.
It's the process. I feel like there's nothing we can do. I mean, of course, it doesn't seem right to ask them to rip up everything and then put clapboard or siding on it. But perhaps, maybe this is, city councilors are listening in. We know at least one, that perhaps the cost of replacement of this to go back to the original should be the fine, whether or not it's logical to do so. Do you see what I mean?
I do.
And maybe that could be put to good use somewhere else in the city. I don't know. I'm just, thinking out loud, and I feel like we don't have the means legally to make as strong a comment as I'd like to, so I'm just doing it verbally. But I mean, sure, it's it works. It's a fine building, and things happen during construction. As an architect, I understand that very well, but there's nothing preventing you right away knowing that you're going to have exposed columns, which divides the facade into three, you know, ABA rhythm, as opposed to a united one, to just make a quick call, COVID or no COVID. I mean, the changes, to me, is quite pronounced, that even to the untrained eye, it's pretty different, whether or not it's improved or not. So I'm just annoyed and frustrated. And of course, you know, we'll read in the paper the next morning that the ZBA doesn't enforce anything, and we're the bad guys. But it's just, I don't know what we could do. I mean, I feel like the developers should bear responsibility for this, and for the change, improved or not improved, and whether, I don't see what that would be besides a fine, which doesn't exist right now. So I think I would like to abstain from a vote.
Okay, hold on.
And honestly, I frankly, I can't not be influenced by the history of this developer. I mean, I'm human, so of course I know that it's case by case, and we try to, but I'm equally frustrated. So that's kind of where I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Madam Chair.
Before I go to Elaine, I want to ask Charlotte, this is 2-case scenario, you're saying that there have no fines been applied to this case, right?
That is correct.
Why not?
I mean, I can't speak for the thought process of ISD, but my understanding is ISD issues violation letters, and if they do not see any movement to address those violations, they start issuing fines, but they don't necessarily issue a violation letter and then the next day start issuing fines. And so if the applicant had, by requesting the de minimis change, the applicant made overtones that they were going to try to pursue one of the ways of remedying the violation, and coming to the board, and if the board approves it, would be the end of that violation. Does that make sense? I can't speak too much for ISD, but that's my understanding.
Okay.
Could I kindly ask what the history is that we're referring to? I don't think that I actually have a history that any facts would support, other than during this COVID and post zoning change period, that I have a history of not complying with the plan. And I couldn't, honestly, Ms. Brockelman, very respectfully, I can't get anybody on the phone. You say make a quick call. I can't beg anyone to pick up the phone for months at a time. You have to appreciate, there's only so much I can do. And this project has been sitting there hostage, not able to move forward. So at some point, with no guidance, you have to make the best decision that you can. So if you're referring to a history, I would ask you to honestly check, what is that history? Whipple Street turned out exactly how we designed it. Orchard Street, it turned out exactly how we designed it. What design did we not follow?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I mean, did I hear correctly that Cherry Street is coming up?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess that also remains to be seen, and I could also go back and look up the previous cases as well. That point's taken to the applicant. And perhaps you have a history then, emails of having reached out and not getting responses or something like that, that could back yourself up.
Oh, absolutely. Months at a time, and repeatedly saying, I am documenting this because I cannot get through to you. And I mean, months at a time. There's nothing I could do. And I think you'll be surprised that when you see Cherry Street, you're going to see we virtually completely conform. And all of the dialogue that's preceding that meeting, when you look at the plan, you're going to find very little nonconformance.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
It is obviously up to the discretion of the board what we talk about, but it is 9:30, and if I would like to, if I may, redirect the applicant's and the board's attention back to the revision before us tonight. 21 Cherry Street will be before the ZBA next week, or sorry, apologies, on the 18th, 2 weeks from now, and we can discuss that case then, but it is not relevant to the case tonight. And I think we've all had a long day and might want to return to the necessary findings for this specific project.
Going back to this particular project, the only negative voices you've heard are not from this neighborhood. The only positive voices you've heard are directly in this neighborhood. And I think that's very relevant.
Madam Chair, I don't
Can
think this
I
is a
ask-
question of negative or positive voices. It's not a question of negative or positive. It's a question of looking at the drawings in front of us. I think we should disregard the fact of whether the building's already been built, whether they're just drawings in front of us. And as best we can, we should pretend we had a special permit. Now we've got these revisions. Are we okay with them or are we not okay with them?
I understand your point, and Danielle was right up there with you. But I don't understand, like if the doctor didn't have good luck getting a hold of inspectional services or planning and zoning, whomever he's calling, and we have the alderman here tonight with her presence as well as her dialogue, you know, she has some comments. I want to know why the applicant doesn't contact the alderman to complain, if for nothing else, of the lack of support from the departments that he needs to get his project done on a timely basis, costly basis, and done properly. Why haven't you reached out to her? She's here tonight. She wrote the letter. She's concerned. She's got constituents that are badgering her about you for whatever reason. And why have you not reached out to her, or have you?
I have not reached out to her, but I've reached out to every other power that be. The legal department, my attorney has contacted the legal department. We can't get a hold of anybody and no one's responding. It never dawned on me, because I don't live in this city. It never dawned on me to contact the alderman, who really, I'm not her constituent, at least in my mind. I'm not a voter.
No, but she represents a lot of people that you're doing business in and building properties, as well as you're a dentist, and I know you're very involved with a lot of benevolent projects within the city, and you're very generous and you do a lot of good things. So then we have something like this that comes down the road and it bursts that bubble. So I think you're very intelligent and articulate. Why would you think not to go to what they used to call the town fathers in this case? You're building in different wards or different neighborhoods. There's a different counselor or maybe alderman, a counselor at large. I think it would have behooved you to get a hold of one of them, because they got the clout and they listen. When you dial 311, it gets documented and they're involved. So with you going forward with other projects, I think you should do that in the future, to have these people. We've got letters on both sides here. I have letters saying that they're a neighbor at 200 North Street. The work's been done. It's great. She doesn't see a need for any change. She's at, it's George at 198 North Street. I have other letters of support, and I'm saying this for the record because everybody who spoke, with the exception of a couple, were against it. I have another one here from an Allison McGintrey, I think you pronounce it. And she's the same way. She's a Somerville resident living outside of Davis Square, and she supports the LaCourte tenants and what they do and the buildings you're doing. So these are just a couple of good things. I've had people stop me and say, you know, zoning, 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 and just what Ian Brockelman said earlier, whatever we do, we always get written up about it. And yet our hands are really tied on some things that if we say yes tonight, everybody wants to know why we said no. But as Danielle said and Josh said, and you've got to do this in the future. I don't care if it's covert. I don't care if no one's calling you. If no one returns your call, you should call the counselor.
I will do that,
So
and
you
I
can move
appreciate that
forward.
advice. I will do
Yeah.
that going forward, and I trust that I'll get a response. I tried everything I thought of, and I never thought of that.
Okay, so now I'm sorry, I didn't let Elaine speak yet. I apologize, Elaine. We saved the best for last. What can I say? So what would you like to comment?
I'll try to make it brief.
No, it's good.
I think that the applicant, well, not that I want to go back to past history. I know we're doing Cherry Street's coming up, but I do think in the past, Cherry Street has been involved with the applicant and the alderman. So I think he has gone through that process before. I can identify with not getting answers back from the city. I have been trying for a month to get in touch with traffic and parking just to get a parking sticker. And I absolutely cannot get through to traffic and parking. So I have no parking sticker for Somerville. So I understand COVID has put the lid on many areas of communication. I think if the applicant had come and asked us a while back for these changes, I absolutely would have granted them. I have been by the building recently. I think it looks beautiful. I love the changes. He mentioned he put great thoughtfulness into the new changes, and I believe that. I really thought the building came out quite nice. I just wish that he had followed the protocol for making changes. And I think to go back to the original design, I almost think that's foolish. And I don't know if we can put fines on this. I know the applicant has done many projects in the city, so he's not a stranger to doing projects in our city. And he is a very intelligent man, and he knows how things work in our city. So yeah, to pull the project apart and go back to the original, I'm not in favor of. As I said, I would have granted the changes had he come through the correct manner in which to do this. So like Anne, I feel it's very frustrating about how to handle this. And I guess that's it.
Okay, thank you. So, well, here's the question now. Ian's already said she's going to abstain. So that we're down to, Danielle, are you still there? Danielle was not feeling, just for the record. Oh, okay. Danielle.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So we
I'm
have
here.
4 people to vote. And I understand initially when I read this and read up on it and followed the history of this here, I was very unhappy and very disappointed in the developer, because I kind of know how he does things, and I speak to his reputation as far as being generous and stuff. And I think in the past, he's got a bad rap. As even Mr. Porter said tonight, he looks for the affordable housing. When you build something, there are certain number of apartments that require that. And if you're a developer and you're building and doing over little houses and stuff like that, you're not going to be having that in mind. This is something that's haunted this applicant from the past. And in order to go forward, we have to talk about the past a little bit. So, and everybody's saying the same thing. They all looked at the plans. If he had come up, they would have approved them. They don't not like how this came out. Or like you say, somebody said about style, it may not be your particular style. Yes, George. Josh?
Sorry, Madam Chair. I was commenting on, I actually don't approve of all the changes. So if we're going to get to that point, I probably would approve most of them, but not all of them. So I just want to put that out there. If we're going to talk about what we might approve or not, I can wait till we do that. But
Well, I think
wouldn't have
we're at that
approved it all.
point.
I
I
don't.
mean, we're winding, yeah,
Okay.
we're winding down here. And, you know, like we're saying, even some of them, we might have said, oh, no, you know, that's it. Keep the same. You can, no faux windows, put up the panels, and we would ask to see the panel. Or with changing, you know, from the clapboard to the brick. You know, that's another thing. Say, gee, I tore this down. This is what we found. We'd like to resurrect it and use it. I think a lot of us would have said, that's beautiful. You know, that masonry work and stuff like that. It adds more character to the building. So this is the question in front of us now. Do we let this stand? Are we happy with the finished product? Are there anything that any of you would want to have changed? We can have something changed, not the whole thing. If there's something sticking out like a sore thumb or something that really people commented on, we do have that privilege to do that. I don't see anything that's very, very bad. And I think it's a pretty building. I think it came out very nice. It's light, it's airy, it's got that new look. You know, it might be a little different than the neighborhood, but there's a lot of things when we go around town. There's a modern building all of a sudden sticks out with all colonials around it. So this is where we're at to now. Do you guys, you folks, want to go forward and either approve or deny what's in front of us? And or was there anything that you would have wanted to change and then approve it? Those are our options, right? Charlotte?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
If I may, Councillor Valentine would like to speak again before you vote, if you would permit her the opportunity. And I also want to address something that the applicant said earlier about us not letting a member of the public speak. Every member of the public that indicated that they wished to speak was given the opportunity to speak. I'm unfortunately not able to solve for abutters' technical issues on their end, much as I would love that awesome power.
I don't think he meant anything by that to us. I think he said the guy had technical difficulties and he couldn't speak.
I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
He was trying to call in by phone and did not know how to connect by phone.
Yeah, but you weren't pointing fingers at us.
No, I was saying he wanted to, and he just couldn't. He would have said very positive things, and he's an immediate abutter.
Okay, and Mrs. Valentine.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the commentary, in particular, the point that you raised that Dr. Riscala should reach out to the ward counselor. I am actually surprised. I can't tell you how many developers reach out to me when they have difficulty connecting with anybody at city staff, especially during this time. And since Dr. Riscala has reached out to me on other issues in the past, I guess I was really surprised that this went so far without myself knowing about it. And then just two other points is, when I read this, the planning department's memo, they were talking about the point of site and area compatibility. So I made the comments as such of keeping true to the neighborhood. I understand that that is very subjective, although since this was used as the rationale in the argument for the changes, I felt it was necessary to comment on that. And then just one final point. In Ward 7, there is a tremendous amount of discussion about for unrelated adults, especially students. And because Tufts has increased its enrollment for undergraduates of over 1,200 students in the last decade, but they have not built one single dormitory to accommodate for that. So the housing, those individuals are looking for housing in the neighborhoods. So there's always, when there's a development in my ward discussed, and especially when there are upwards of 2 bedrooms, 3 or 4 bedrooms, there is always concern that students will be living in there, and or that other rooms will be converted, because that happens quite often in my ward. So the request I would still request that there be a condition added, since this is under the old zoning, that there should be 2 bedrooms in the basement and the 4 storage rooms cannot be used as bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can make one more closing remark, please.
I just want to understand one thing. What, Charlotte, did you catch that? What Counselor Valentine said about the condition of the 2 bedrooms? What is she saying?
So Council Valentine, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding, and I will word this more nicely for the decision, but my understanding is that she wants to limit the use of the number of bedrooms in the basement to the 2 bedrooms that are proposed, and prevent the use of the 4 storage rooms that the applicant has said don't have code compliant windows anyway, wants to prevent those rooms from being turned into bedrooms in the future.
Okay, I get it now. Okay. Yes, and Dr. Rascali, you have something you want to say?
Yes. Elaine, Susan, Danielle, Josh, and Ann, I want you to know something. I really respect you guys. And you don't know how much care I take on these projects, hoping that when each one of you sees them, that you actually look at it and say, that's really well done. And he did not chintz out on anything. Now, if we've gone awry on this, somehow I don't feel like we did. I really don't feel like we did. But if we have gone awry on this in any level, I want to just keep in mind that really the standard here is not necessarily your aesthetic preference, okay? I mean, the standard for a special permit really is it significantly more detrimental? Keeping that standard in mind, I don't see anything about the work that we did that you could say is significantly more detrimental, very respectfully, where you have 3 board members who are saying, it looks great, and where you have all the neighbors on that street and the adjacent street, not a single one saying otherwise, that are agreeing, it looks great. I don't see how you would look at this and say this is significantly more detrimental. I think what you end up with is differences of opinion, but not anything that wouldn't satisfy a special permit. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let me ask the board, raise your hand. Before we go for a vote, any of you want to see anything altered? Josh?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I'm just getting the drawings so I can be specific.
Yeah.
I think so. I'm looking at well, we'll look at the staff memo because everyone's probably most likely to have that handy. The first drawing in the staff memo, which is labeled A-03, what the architect calls the right elevation. I have a real objection to that blank wall where every other structural bay of the building has been treated with double hung windows in pairs. And then there's a blank wall there. If you look at the old drawing, the windows were much better balanced. And I think especially since the design has changed to call out the foundation, to call out the brick columns, and to create these panels or, you know, blocks that have these punched windows in them. Again, if this drawing set was in front of me and no construction had been done, I would say, oh, can you add some windows to that last bay to match the rest? And so I would be willing to approve the request for all the changes with the condition that that change be made. And that might mean we need to continue and come back with a set of drawings showing what it's going to be, or it could be that we just continue it with a condition. I mean, it depends on whether the rest of the board agrees with me, but that's the one thing that I really
I'm looking,
object
I
to
can't
in the
find
design.
A-03. I'm looking for
Madam Chair,
A-03.
if it would be
Yes.
I have the staff, or I've all of the things posted on the reports and decisions page, and I can share my screen so that the various
Yeah,
board
do that,
members
will you?
can ask me to go to whatever page.
So Charlotte, actually, that'd be great. Could you in the staff report go to the PDF page 9 of 11?
Yes. Okay. Can everyone see that?
Yep.
Okay. Good. Staff report. This is page 9. Correct? I think this is page 9. Josh, is this the page you're?
No, sorry, maybe it isn't. Well, so you can see the bottom of A03 there. And so if you could scroll so that, yeah. And a little bit
So what are you
further to see
asking
the
for,
top
George?
photograph. So, Madam Chair, in the upper left-hand corner of the sheet that's in front of us now, where the red box is going around
Is
the
what
three,
it is.
see there's this blank,
Yes. Yeah.
bay at the end of the building. Every
Yeah,
other
where
one
the
of those
tree
has
is.
windows. Yep.
And what do you want to put there?
Windows like in every other bay.
Can we have, what's in that room? Is it seductive? Is it call for a window? Is the
There is
doctor there?
The kitchen.
There is a kitchen on the other side of that. The entire wall is kitchen cabinets.
See, but Madam Chair, that's the problem now. That's the problem, because now we start to get into what's already been built or what hasn't.
I don't
The
mind.
kitchen,
I don't
it would-
mind changing it, Josh. I don't mind changing it. What I would say is respectfully, and I want you to know this, I really don't mind. Okay, but if you look at the rest of the layout of the space, if you move
I don't care about the layout of the space. I care about how it meets the public realm. What the
Okay.
view is from the street, what the view is from the neighbors. So, Madam Chair, I could vote in support if that change was made. If it isn't, I can't support this drawing set and these changes.
Okay, well, now listen to this. We had to talk about the faux windows.
I'm okay with the faux
I'm
window
looking at
myself.
A5. What? Josh?
Sorry, I thought you were asking me. I'm okay with the faux window. I'm happy to talk about
All
it.
right,
I thought you were asking me what I
was
thought.
asking. Yeah, I'm asking you. Now I'm looking at
Yeah, I'm
A5
fine with them.
and I see it's the angle of it shows the diagonal to the right is the panel there on the first floor. Upstairs on the left side, and the upstairs are the two faux windows. Would faux windows on the first floor look all right?
I
As
would
to
be
not
opposed
upset
to that.
everything?
I'd be opposed to faux windows on the first floor. You walk right by them, you would
You see
understand the difference. At the second story, I don't mind as much. And like
doesn't matter.
Danielle said, we've seen, I think we've done that even in dormers sometimes when they're into a
Yeah.
bathroom or that kind of thing. But at the first
So
floor,
what
I'd
do
be
you want them
opposed
to
to it.
do? What's your suggestion to make it better? Reconfigure
Well,
the
just add
cabinets
the
inside?
I suppose so, if that's what's needed in order to have the windows installed, yeah.
What's everybody else thinking? Elaine?
What is the,
Danielle?
is this the, can you hear me?
Yes?
Yes.
All right, now my phone's dying. I'm having all these problems. So the third
A5.
bay, yeah, so the third bay, does that look into the basement or the first floor?
The first floor. It's a kitchen.
Okay, so I know there's a huge elevation change because you're going down a hill, so I didn't know which space it was facing in.
It's still the first floor.
Okay.
Danielle, if you look at A5, can you put A5 on the screen for us? There you go.
The numbers might be all off, but this is.
Yeah, I know where the bay is. I just don't. I'm trying to. What's the interior space? I agree with Josh. I mean, there was a tree there, so I didn't really like perceive it as a blank space. But you mean like that tree could die. But yeah, it does feel like it's definitely blank. And if we're improving this from plans with nothing built, we would say you need to put a window there. So I do agree with Josh on that. We would not be okay with that. We'd say fix the space inside because it's the outside that we care about. So I'm trying to find the plan that shows what's inside. So what is the problem? It looks like the kitchen. Is that right? It looks like that's where a counter might be.
Yes, that's a kitchen. I'm happy to move that. I have to tell you, I think that tree does a really good job of not needing something there. And I felt like that it just looked like too many windows. But honestly, if you guys really would prefer that, I'm really okay with that. I actually really respect you all. And I felt like it was too many.
I don't think that's germane, Doctor. I'm tired of hearing whether you respect us or not. I'm tired of hearing your opinion as to whether the tree blocks it or not. It's 10 o'clock at night. I'd like to just make a vote and move along.
So, Doctor, can you change the window?
I could put a window there.
Okay. Ann, what do you have to say, hon?
I just want to point out that in the amended set, it's pointing to the wrong windows that were eliminated. The amended set. Charlotte, if you want to open that,
yeah.
A-01B, page 10 of the amended set.
I think at the end. This page, correct?
Yes. So the two windows eliminated, that's not what we're talking about. It's on the lower left corner.
Correct.
Just to get that's what's been, just, even the documentation is not correct. That's all. Thank you.
So what are you saying?
There were two windows eliminated on that side.
But there's no indication in the updated set in the plan of the changes that were made from the drawing to construction.
Yes, in that spot, you're right. It doesn't show that there. It shows it on the elevation, but not on the floor plan.
So Josh's recommendation is you want two windows there that match the other side. And the doctor's saying he can reconfigure that kitchen and accommodate that wish.
Yes, we'll move the kitchen to a different location.
Okay. So Josh is all set. Ann, are you still going to abstain?
Yes, I am.
Ann? Danielle, are you ready to vote tonight? Or did you have something else you wanted to change?
No. I'm ready to vote with condition that.
Okay. Elaine? Miss Elaine?
I'm set.
Okay, I'm all set. Okay, so can we have Charlotte
Yes, Madam
Danielle
Chair.
can make the motion. Danielle can make the motion for the request, but there'll be that one condition. Now we have two conditions because he's gonna fix the windows and you're gonna look at it for approval, okay?
Madam Chair, if I may, one of the recommended conditions was to remove the false windows and replace them with architectural panels. It sounds, based on your discussion, that you are not interested in adding that condition. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think everybody said they were okay with the windows. Does anybody
So
want the windows upstairs, the faux windows taken out? No, everybody's not, so that's okay. So condition about the bedroom and the 4 storage rooms, and then we're gonna have a condition that the window, the wall, the panel will be replaced with 2 real windows, and the doctor's gonna reconfigure the kitchen so everything will be copacetic.
I can't agree to the bedroom conversation. I think that's not even before the board. The only thing that I would agree to is, which I'm begrudgingly agreeing, but I'm willing to do that, is the change of the window on the outside, but I'm not willing to time capsule the building in a way that it has never been time capsuled and add a condition that's not even part of the amendment.
Charlotte, how do we address this? Is it something
So
that'll be addressed by somebody else?
So there are kind of 2 conflicting forces at play here. The first force is that this project has received a special permit under the prior code, the code that applies to this project in this moment. And in that code, the bedroom count is germane to the board's previous approval, and it is within the rights of the board to limit the use of spaces as bedrooms since parking relief was needed for that project. That being said, once a certificate of occupancy is issued for this building will fall under the new zoning code, and it's a little complicated, so I don't want to say exactly how it would apply to this building, but essentially if under the new zoning code, no permit is required for a specific type of relief, the applicant could request, or the applicant could request like the nullification of that special permit. I don't know whether that would apply in this case. That is not something that I've looked at in depth, and it would not be something that I could discuss on the fly. I would need to go through the code and look at it. But the applicant could in the future always request the removal of conditions that are no longer relevant to the project. That is nothing the board conditions tonight would prevent that in the future.
So
Madam
would we?
Chair?
Yes.
I mean, does that sound similar to, we had, I think it was at the last meeting where we had to strike a condition for some restrictions on the basement so that those folks could put in a workout room or something.
So
yeah,
that it is similar, but that one is slightly different in that that special permit was relating to the floor area ratio, and by finishing their basement, the applicant would be violating the old floor area ratio, but the floor area ratio does not exist under the new code. This project would, I mean, the details of this project are different, and so I don't know how the analysis would play out, but there are still regulations around parking. There are still regulations around things that this project has requested relief from, and so I don't know. It is not immediately obvious that once this project gets the C of O, we no longer care about bedroom count.
Charlotte?
So, yes.
So it seems to me like there are 2 related issues with the basement. One of them is that those rooms would not be legal sleeping rooms if they didn't have a compliant egress window. and Dr. Riscala has already confirmed that they don't have them, right?
Right.
So at the very least, I think we could, and we've done this before, we could apply a condition which basically just reinforces the building code, right? So this is one idea, is we could have a condition that says that they shouldn't be used for sleeping unless, updated to provide a compliant window.
With
The
no
other issue, I
egress.
think, an egress window. The other issue, though, is whether we as a board think that packing that many people into this small a building would be detrimental to the neighborhood based on density. And we've certainly had that conversation many times with many applicants. And so it seems to me like it would be a reasonable condition, even without referencing the code compliant egress windows, to say that that they shouldn't be used for sleeping, because we're trying to make sure that there's a density of habitation in this building, which is not detrimental to the neighborhood and which is in keeping with the neighborhood.
That actually violates the current zoning. And I don't believe that there is, and we could talk to legal about this, but I don't believe that this current amendment allows a new condition to apply to the old project. I've actually removed bedrooms here. And the idea that this project is now going to be held hostage in some way is, you would have to justify why that's more detrimental, significantly more detrimental, when the zoning has uncoupled bedroom count. So that's not supportable as I see it.
If I may,
So, Madam
Rick,
Chair,
reiterate.
should we continue so we can get some input from legal?
Right, that's what I was gonna say. Charlotte, you wanted to say something?
I'm happy to get input from legal, but my understanding is, and I have little doubt that legal will agree, although they are of course a separate department that can interpret it as they choose. This code is not being evaluated under the zoning ordinance that was passed in December 2019. Whatever the applicant may wish, it is being evaluated under the zoning code that was in place when this permit was originally granted, and the board is within their rights to impose a condition regarding bedrooms. But I'm certainly happy to check with our legal division on that.
I think we should. Yes, Danielle.
So how many bedrooms? I'm sorry, my eyes are not functioning very well right now. So how many bedrooms are there in each? There's 4 units, right?
Yes, 4 units.
How many bedrooms in each unit?
There's 2 2-bedrooms and 2 3-bedrooms.
And the basement space, if bedrooms are added to that storage area, would that be making those 2-bedroom units into 3-bedroom units? Is that what it would be?
That would be making, yes, that's right.
So they'd be 3 bedrooms. Okay. I'm not in favor of placing a condition on number of bedrooms in the basement. I think we just go with whatever what the current code is. I don't think 3-bedroom units, I don't think is overcrowding. I think isn't the current code no more than 4 unrelated residents? And I can tell you all over the city and not enforced, something I have once complained about and didn't get a response about it, is that there are plenty of 5-bedroom apartments all in my neighborhood filled with undergrad. So no one cares. But these would be 3-bedroom units. I think we just go with what the code is. I understand people want to punish this developer, and it's funny because I don't even know why I'm defending him, because I've been irritated in the past, very much irritated. Yeah.
Well, I think you're trying to be fair and professional. You're trying to be fair and professional.
So
okay. So here's the deal for everybody. What do you want to do? Do we want to go ahead and leave it as it is with the way the bedrooms are set up now because of the park and all this other stuff, and vote? Or do we want Charlotte to go ahead and check this out? How many want to vote now the way it is?
With the window conditions.
Right, the window, yeah, he will do that. That's his, and there's no compromise. I understand what he's saying about trying to get a hold of people. And now he'll know in the future, because he's going to be doing other things that will hold him as a man of his word. That if he's having some issues, he'll let the alderman in whatever ward he's working in and building in, let them know he's having an issue. That he's trying to do the right thing and they're not allowing him to, so they're not doing their jobs. We've all been affected.
Yeah.
We've all been affected by this pandemic in any walk of life. It doesn't matter what town you're in, where you live, where you work, whatever. And a lot of people, shame on them, it's a cop-out. Some are working harder than ever. They're at home, they're on the computer, they got the kids, they got the husband, they're killing themselves. And there's other people always flaking off like they always do. So I'm sure I called parking and traffic. My thing was handled in 24 hours. I just called. I said, hey, I have you're not open. How do I do this? They said, we can do it online. They did it for me. I didn't even do it myself on the computer because you all know me. And I got my permits and everything. So it's whoever you get who's ever honorable doing their job. So that's the question. You want to go forward tonight. Dr. Rascala, you said you would change the window and change the kitchen.
Yes.
And we'll leave it the way it is, like you're saying now. 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. The parking's not required. It's less than you applied for originally. Or do we want Charlotte to get some information for us? What's the favor? Can I see your hands again? I say vote now.
Yeah.
Okay, we're voting now. Dr. Rascala, 4 people had their hands up to vote now. With the 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, the windows are going to change. Charlotte, you'll write this all up, yes?
Yes.
Okay, the windows are going to change in the kitchen. You'll handle that inside interior to complement whatever you do. And I thank all the people, I don't know if you're still hanging on board, all the folks that have sent us letters and called and have been hanging on all night. My greatest gratitude to the alderman. I know she works very hard for all her constituents. I hope we've straightened something out now with people communicating better. And, there's always 2 sides to the coin. So you folks that did your due diligence, notified us, wrote us, we do appreciate it. We do hear you. But there's just certain things that we have to follow what's in front of us, what we can address and what we can't address. And we do take great pains in listening and reading our report. So I thank all you for your input. Don't be disheartened if you don't feel that things went exactly as you wanted. And, maybe, if Dr. Rascala, he'll be a little bit more sensitive to maybe what he thinks you guys want and what he wants to build. I don't know. So may I please have a motion from Danielle, the clerk?
Madam Chair, prior to the motion, I just want to, because there's been a lot of discussion, I just want to share my screen and confirm that I have all of the conditions that you do and do not want imposed. So on my screen, I have the conditions in the staff report. You want conditions 1 and 3 imposed, condition 2 removed, and a new condition requiring windows that match the existing windows added to the rightmost bay on the Hamilton Street facade to be installed.
So we're taking 2 out. We're taking 2 out the way it is now.
Yeah,
And you're
taking
gonna
2
add,
out.
okay. And what is this, the October 4, 2020 plan set submitted? And so you have the good plans now?
So these are the plans that were presented to the board. This plan set, but they would need to be, or this specific section of the plan set may change to if the
Whatever
kitchen
has to be changed, yes. Whatever has to be changed must be changed. You must have the proper plans for the file.
Yes, right.
Okay. Right, Charlotte?
That
Is
is
that what
correct.
you're saying? Oh, good. So the doctor agrees with that. That's fine. And so you're gonna hit, that's okay, right, Charlotte? We're on the same page?
Yeah, so I guess just to clarify, because there has been so much discussion, are you
Yeah,
wanting,
no, go ahead.
is the board is not wanting to review an updated plan set that reflects this window change. You want it to be a staff level approval, correct?
Yes, that's fine with me. Fine with the board? Yep, they said yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
And now, Madam Clerk, thank you for the brief interruption.
Okay, hon, no problem. Good job. Danielle, please.
In the matter of 200 North Street, I make a motion that we approve the revisions to the previously issued special permit with the condition, striking condition number 2, the draft staff report, and replacing it with a new condition that new operable windows be placed in the rightmost bay on the Hamilton Street facade, so that it matches the other 2 bays.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Elaine. All in favor of approving 200 North Street, that's ZBA 2017-125-R1-10/20, approving the special permit, say aye. Elaine,
Aye.
Danielle,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Susan Fontano, aye. And Ann Brockelman, what do you
Abstain.
want to say? Abstain. Let the record show we had 4 in favor, so the motion carries and 1 abstain. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night. Any other business? Hearing none, we'll have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Seconded by Elaine. All in favor? Elaine,
Aye.
Danielle,
Aye.
Josh,
Aye.
Ann,
Aye.
and Susan, aye. All in favor to adjourn. Good night, everybody. Sweet dreams.